Mr. Santillan. How are you?
Hi there, Fernando.
Huh? Oh, I didn't want my tablet facing that way. Yeah, wait, so- Hey, Chief.
Okay, with that, we're back from closed session where there was no reportable action. We will now adjourn the closed session and we will take a 3-minute break and be back as soon as possible. We know you've been waiting 15 minutes patiently. Thank you. We're going through MOU time with the employee group, so it took a little bit longer than expected. And at 6:18, we'll be back to open the regular meeting. Thank you.
Oh, you could take it. Okay. Perfect. Taking mine down too.
City Clerk, are we ready to go? Or we're on. So we were kind of messing with the beginning. Waiting to get on Zoom, just getting a connection. all I know. May have inter- You ready? All right, with that, we will open our Selma City Council regular meeting, June 21st, 2021 at 6:20 PM in the Selma City Council chambers. We are having this meeting in accordance with Executive Order N 2920, which allows a local legislative body to hold public meetings via teleconferencing and to make public meetings accessible telephonically or otherwise electronically to all members of the public seeking to observe and to address the local legislative body. Pursuant to Executive Order N 2920, please be advised that some or all of the City of Selma Council will participate in the meetings via teleconference. The teleconference phone number is 1301-715-8592. The ID is 825-5548-2048. And the password is 1710. When on the phone, if you wish to address council during the public comment portion of the agenda, press *9 to raise hand and we will select you from the meeting queue. Press *6 to unmute and mute yourself. Tonight's invocation will be led by Pastor Franco Atkinson of the First Southern Baptist Church. Welcome, Pastor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let us pray. Father God, we come before you today and want to pray that your spirit will be upon every person that's here, that all the decisions that are made and everything that's being spoken about today, I pray that it'll be led by your spirit. Pray that you give us guidance and direction. Also pray, Heavenly Father, that as the decisions are made by our leaders, that they'll be guided by your wisdom and direction, and that everything would be done according to your will. We just pray this in the name that's above all names, in the name of Jesus Christ's precious name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor.
Ready?
I pledge allegiance to the
You call the roll, please.
Councilmember Guerra,
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
Here.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho. I'm sorry, your microphone is off. Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Here.
Thank you. Mayor Robertson.
Here. Potential conflicts of interest. Any council member has a potential conflict of interest may now identify the item and recuse themselves from discussing or voting on the matter. Oral communications. At this point, any member of the public may address the city council regarding any item over which the council has jurisdiction. No action or discussion will be taken on any item raised during oral discussion. Any item of interest may be referred to the city manager for further review. Members of the public would please limit their remarks to 3 minutes. Would anyone like to have a moment here and make an oral communication at this time? If so, come on up. Come on up.
Leslie Nelson, 2413 Country Club Lane, and am I okay to talk about the Pride Proclamation now, or do I
Yeah,
need to
city
wait?
attorney, that's a proclamation, so
Do I wait?
I actually wanted to make a motion to table it.
first things first,
I know.
city attorney.
So-
Would
So it's
comments,
gonna-
public comments be better at the special presentation part of the
It-
proclamation
It
or right
would,
now?
but if the item's going to be tabled by council, then I would recommend you reopen public comment for that purpose, because then the item's off the agenda.
Sit
So,
down for a sec. Okay.
yeah, it's just going to depend on which order council proceeds in right now.
I like to table it because I don't, can I say why? Or- So I wanted to say I had a beautiful conversation with Leslie. And so in talking to, the community, I feel that we need to further discuss the proclamation, and I'd like to table it for a later date to be determined.
Okay. Does anyone have any other comment on the council members'
I just,
request to table this item?
this is just a discussion or a motion, or are we?
You have a motion pending that's
Second.
waiting
I'll
for
go
a
ahead and
second.
Now, since we have a second, we can have discussion on the floor. Does anybody?
So
anybody
first
like
of
to
all,
have discussion?
I'd like to thank everybody that's called me, and Leslie, I apologize, we played phone tag. This issue, at the beginning, when it came to us, it was something that came to our council, and we approved it. And we approved the flags, and they're still gonna fly, and they're gonna fly all the way to the end of the month. But I certainly want everyone to know that this issue has become an issue that is not in regards to anybody in any group in general. For me, as a city council member, as a legislator of this community, I represent the whole community, the most minor person in this community that has the least voting. I think that we need to go back in the council and discuss in regards to set a policy, and what the policy will be in regards to what is going to be we represent in our community, our city owned property. And with that, that's the reason why I think that it's so important that we go back and we invite everyone in our community for a discussion. And that's my opinion. That's as a legislator here in this community. So that's my own opinion.
Council, any other council members have a comment at this point?
What I would like to know is when are we tabling it to another date? June is almost over. And I really do think that we owe it to everyone we voted on it. Why can't we just read the proclamation? I mean, I don't understand why we're going to table it again.
So for me, the language, like I said, I had a beautiful conversation with Leslie. I shared a lot of personal information for myself. We both, come from similar point of views. And, like Councilmember Trujillo said, we want to make sure that everybody's represented equally. And the best way to do it is as a policy. If it would have to be a revision to the proclamation, so that's not specifying one specific group, because as a community, we should be welcoming everybody, regardless of their race, their creed, their preference, whatever it is. We should be a community that's welcoming to everybody. And we shouldn't have to fly or say like a specific, language to associate one specific category, one specific group, one specific label. We should be able to include everybody. And in this day and age, I feel that everybody has the right to be loved no matter what. God loves all of us the same. And we shouldn't have to separate and show that a specific proclamation has to be said in order to welcome everybody in this community. And we do represent everybody in this community. It's not just one person, one group, one category, it's everybody. And so for me, it's more of we need to be inclusive of everybody and not be divisive. When I read the Pledge of Allegiance, or when I said the Pledge of Allegiance, that flag is indivisible and justice for all. It's not just one person. So I feel that the proclamation needs to be revised to be including everybody and not just. And so it's best for us to set policy and have the discussion with everybody in the community and come up with a policy to be able to have it represent, the American flag represents everybody. And the flags are not coming down. It's just the proclamation to be revised and to discuss at a later time so that we can go ahead and include everybody.
That would take a council action to an agenda item and a council action, so that couldn't happen here anyway. But I hear what the council members are saying, and I agree that, we need to dial in on this policy in the future, but I don't see what that has to do with recognizing Pride Month. And I don't see it as someone else from another city said, another elected said, we're, privileging one group over another. I see it as a recognition of a group that's been invisible and that has not had a lot of rights for a long time and in need of some recognition. That's the way the way I looked at it. And I think that we're on the right track in the city, showing love and being inclusive. And that means showing love to all the groups and to everyone. And that includes the Pride community, which is what we've done. So I don't see it as a privileging situation. I do see where we can get this more accurate. We can talk about this and make a policy situation. But to not read the proclamation and not to follow through on it at this time, I don't think is the best representation of our city and how we do go about decision making. It's kind of going back on a decision, which we've been tending to do the last few months. And I think we need to follow through on our decision making. And this is one area where we need to follow through and read that proclamation, which we will not be doing tonight. So with that, City Attorney, would the issue of the Pride Month go back as fair game for oral communications at this point, since
Well,
if
the
vote
issue
is
would
to
be,
table to table that proclamation?
right, that's what the public could speak on right now is this idea of tabling the proclamation. Once it's tabled, you could do your public comment and they could talk about the flags. But right now, the discussion is regarding, and the motion is regarding simply tabling
We
the
have a
item.
first and a second. So do we need to take a vote or do we need to have oral communication?
Oral
on this?
communication as to the idea that you're going to table this.
Would anyone like
proclamation.
to stand up and address the council on the issue of tabling this item at this point?
I'm back. I appreciate everyone's thoughts on this. I just feel that we started the proclamation and the Pride Month. And I would appreciate it if we would not go backwards and go forward with this and not table it tonight. I would really,
Thank you. I'm sorry, could you identify yourself? That was Leslie Nelson. You want to identify yourself, Ms. Nelson? We have for the record. Sorry about that.
Leslie Nelson, 2413 Country Club Lane here in Selma.
Thank you. Thanks, Pastor.
Pastor Marty, 9791 East Elkhorn, Selma, California. Finally, I live in town or live here. But 1801 2nd Street, I pastor Christ Driven Church. I want to say something from 2 weeks ago that is misleading. No one in our faith base would ever accuse anyone of ever being an abomination in the eyes of God. We're the highest, we're the apple of his eye. There are things in the word of God that is sin that separates us from the cross. But that's not what we're talking about tonight. It's just this. I'm here because I want to protect this wonderful city that I pastor in. And when speaking to some of those folks last week, we went over, my son, and had an opportunity to share with them. They said, we don't care whose flag goes up. Well, I do. I care whose flag goes up. What they're not understanding, if all of a sudden Islam comes and wants their flag, that represents today the murdering immediately of homosexuals in all Arab nations. So that would offend even me. What I'm saying is, I just think that there's things we have to be careful of, because as a minister of the gospel, my stand on it, I'm called a bigot. Hillary Clinton calls us deplorables. Then all of a sudden we become proud bigots and proud deplorables. When do we get our flag up there for a solid month? To me, it's offensive that our men and women that died for this country, the last day of May, got one single day. And we give a month to people that just prefer a different lifestyle, the way they live their lives. I'm not going to condone it, but I definitely love them. I want to preface by saying, my kid's sister, the one I'm closest to in life, before it was even legal, married another woman. We had to deal with it in our home, in our faith. We had to deal with it. We still love her. But never did we ever say, well, we're going to put her flag up all around our houses. The thing about tabling this, Mayor, is what's right for the community. Because when you proclaim something, I'm here to proclaim the gospel of Jesus Christ. That's who I am. I proclaim that there's nothing backwards. Everything is forward. And I think we better be careful what we start proclaiming the city of Selma is, because that's the whole reason that flag was put in the word of God to start with. That's what Sodom and Gomorrah was doing. That's where we get the word sodomy from. I don't care what people say. You can have the woke community. They can say these words and that words. What says in God's word is it's an abomination. I'm not saying anybody ever is. My sin, Mayor, was an abomination before God, but he changed my life. Therefore, I just stand here
Pastor,
and I just want to say that I'm against that, and I hope that it gets tabled.
thank you for your comment. Anyone else have a comment on item to table this measure tonight? Proclamation.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm Keoki Kaolelapono, 1801 Second Street. I come before you tonight because I care for the city of Selma. And I have to say, I'm disappointed in the decisions that are being made. I just went through yesterday, my first Father's Day ever, and I didn't get a flag. That's life. Live in America, the United States of America, that flag should fly. And I really don't care if any other flag flies. And if you don't like that, country. But we're here to represent one cause, and that's all. And that's that flag right there. And it's a shame. I don't personally live in the city of Selma, but we've done ministry here in the city of Selma for a long time. And our hearts are here. I work with teenagers every day in this city. And it's a battle because I have to work with them on what's being poured into their heads in schools around this area. And I come before you tonight just disappointed in what's going on. And I want to let you know how I feel. I thank you guys for your time, but I really think that we should, as a community, come together and like City Council member said, if we wanted to be equal, we'd fly a flag for every single thing there was out there, but we don't. And that's just the way life goes. And I have to say that it saddens my heart because God's word says that there'd be a day that the good would be called evil and evil would be called good in Isaiah 5:20. And we're seeing it happen today. I didn't call it evil. I didn't call it abomination. God's word calls it that. And I stand before you tonight asking you guys to please have that backbone and that strength to stand for what is right and what you know in your heart is to be right, because God designed it the right way in the beginning. Whatever they want, but it's never going to change. God created it the right way in the beginning.
Thanks very much. Do you have any additional comments on the motion and second to table?
And Mayor, just as a reminder, the comments now are on that motion to table the proclamation.
Right.
Hello, my name is Lance Nelson. There are no discrimination laws. I've already shared with the City Council my story of growing up gay in Selma and being relentlessly bullied. So I feel that my story has been heard, and I want to thank all of you for that. Again, but over the last few months, in response to Pride Month, I've received numerous messages One of those notes came from a young gay man who just graduated from Selma High in 2019, after I did. He wrote to tell me how he struggled to find his way in, quote, a town that broke me, and how your decision to acknowledge Pride Month made him feel comfortable in Selma in a way he never felt before. Then he asked me a heartbreaking question that I want to share with you. He wrote, "Something I have always wanted to do is make change, not just in our town, but around me. I'm so afraid because I've always been stepped on and put down for who I am. If you don't mind me asking, how did you do it? How do you make change despite having everyone around you put you down?" The message is clear. We have an entire community in Selma that is articulating something. Isn't some blip in our adolescence. These are experiences that I can personally, as I'm struggling to get this, and apologize. It lasts a lifetime. You have the opportunity today to continue a healing process from what you started in March. Acknowledging Pride Month and the proclamation is acknowledging the very real experiences of those most marginalized in our community. It's that you will not turn your back on those that need your support. It symbolizes your commitment to fostering an environment that will make opportunities not take them away. So I want to end by extending that young man's question to you today, because he's listening to this meeting at home. How do you make change despite having everyone around you put you down? So.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, my name is, I'm sorry, real quick, Mayor, Council, how you doing? My name is Kayla Alcott Lilipano, 1801 2nd Street, a pastor at Christ River Assemblies of God Church. Mr. Nelson, that was well said. And I would like to say that I truly do love people with all my heart. I mean, Mayor, you know I love you, and I love everyone on the council. You guys are inspirations and good to all of us people. I agree with our council member here, allowing everyone a chance to speak, everyone a chance to give their opinion on this. My opinion is beyond understanding right now. I have to stand by the word of God and what it says. So I have to stand by my Lord. And how my Lord said it was is the only way about it. So this will not be my opinion, it will simply be God's word, and I am being his messenger. I explained that I had a wonderful conversation with some of my LGBT friends and others that have been my friends for years. Been trying to help them through their hard times, and they've struggled with their parents and families. I was able to convince them the Bible was completely true. From beginning to end, from the Levitical law to the New Testament covenants, that not a single bit of it has been falsified by mankind. People say if man touched it, it has to be falsified in some way. 3 levels of conspiracy would have to happen for that to be possible. Over 6,000 manuscripts would have to be taken, over stolen, redone, recopied, ink work, everything, returned back to the places they were stolen from. And also you would have to change the Greek, Hebrew, and Arabic translations. And then you would have to go back and change the Syriac, Coptic, and Latin translations to match the lies they told in those translations. And then change all the early church fathers' commentary, quotations, and notations to match the lies they told in those 6 areas. Over 6,000 manuscripts, and we only have 10,000 manuscripts on Caesar's Greek Gallic Wars, proving that the Bible is 100% accurate. So what do I mean by this? I asked a young woman that was LGBTQ, and I love her, she's so sweet and kind, and I said, if the Bible's true in its entirety as it is on the table right now, may I ask you a question? Where do we stand now? Where do you stand? She said the Bible can't be true, and after I explained it, she was convinced that it was. And I asked her that question, and she said to me, and I quote, she said, I don't know. Wondering, if God can't stand for it, mankind and people shouldn't either. I have nothing against homosexuals or anything that they believe. I'm against the sin. I'm against where it comes from. And it only comes from the spiritual realm, the devil himself. Mr. Nelson is not a bad person. And brother, I wish we could have been friends. Because no one deserves to be treated that way. No one deserves to be treated with that kind of disrespect. If you don't show a person love, why would they ever want to listen to you? So if you want to show someone the word of God and the truth that is in it,
Thank you very much for your comments.
God bless you and thank you so much.
Anyone else like to weigh in on the topic of tabling proclamation tonight?
Isla Nelson. I'm not from here. I'm actually from Aptos, California. But I come here as much as I can because I love. Sorry. As a member of the LGBTQ community myself, when I heard about this proclamation, I was so excited. I felt so like this community was so much more inclusive, and not that it wasn't before, but I just felt like that made a statement to make someone like me much more comfortable with being here. I just feel that keeping this proclamation is extremely important to all members of the LGBTQ community, such as my uncle, Lance Nelson, and me, all the young people who I know some of my friends are going to be watching this because they do not live here, but they believe that it's important to want to be part of the change. And I believe that this proclamation is starting to make that change. And the flags were an amazing addition. I thank you guys for that. That's awesome. I was super happy to see that. But I just really think that it's important to keep that proclamation to make members of the LGBTQ plus community, all of the minorities within that, feel a little bit more welcome. And of course, we're working on getting everyone to be included and to feel like they do belong. But the LGBTQ plus community is extremely important in this time. And I believe that that proclamation is making that, making it possible for us to feel safe and secure here. That's it. I hope that you guys can keep that, and thank you for all that you are doing.
For your comments. Anyone else like to say anything at this time? Not, we'll bring this back to council. Does anyone have any comments at this point before we get a vote?
My apologies, Mayor Robertson. I do show we have 5 callers via Zoom wishing to speak.
We have a council member, the Mayor Pro Tem would like to speak. So go ahead and speak, please. And then we'll go to our callers.
This is a tough subject for me. And what I feel in my heart, I think everybody should have a shot at this world. I'm not religious, and I was not, brought up in a religious home, but I'm not an atheist. I do believe in a superior entity that's a lot higher than us. And of course, that entity would basically teach us love and peace, not hatred, not intolerance. That's not what it is all about. And I do believe, like you say, everybody has a shot in this world, and it should be, voiced. This is the first time it happened with, Selma, and this is a brand new, like I say, brand new opening, and everything is good about it. I do feel like we should go another round to do the policy on it, because that way then it'll be easier, in the future, what's going to happen. I mean, there's other solutions. We're not going against, a group at all, not at all, because I feel love on that round. So I'm torn because I am a city council person, and I've got a lot of calls, and I'm kind of like torn because, one side is telling me this, another side, but I have in my heart, what I believe in. And to me, I like to go ahead and have another session and then establish it a little bit better, not the hatred stuff, not the angry stuff, and come up with a solution that would work in our city, okay? That everybody will be happy with, maybe not say, fly all the flags, maybe have like a community flagpole. When the time's up, they get the, a flag could go up. Because right now, I guess everybody's telling us, if you do this, then you have to let everybody in. So, we don't quite, we need to establish the policy first, I think. And to me, I think we will be as fair as possible. And that's what I would say.
Thank you. City Clerk, do we have any callers who would like to speak on the item of tabling the proclamation tonight?
Hi, caller ending in 628. Your line is open.
This
Please
is
state your
Jennifer
name.
Earl, 1327 Peach in Selma. I would like to ask the council if they have made other proclamations in the past.
I believe so. Go on. Go on, Ms. Earl.
Yes, I can't hear you.
I believe the council has made other proclamations in the past. Can you please deliver your comments?
Yes, I would assume because you've made other proclamations in the past, you could make this one and then go ahead and make a policy. It's not like this is going to tie your hands for the future. I recommend that you vote on it, pass this proclamation, and then set a time to study how better to make your policy. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, do we have any other callers tonight?
Hi, Ms. Vargas, your line is open.
Hi, my name is Sonia Vargas, and I grew up in Selma, and my family still lives in Selma at 2454 Country Club Lane. I was originally moved to speak because I was so happy to see the pride flags around town for the month of June, and I just really wanted to express my gratitude for this lovely act of visibility and support. As far as the comments for tabling the proclamation, I would love to see the council not table the proclamation. And I agree with the previous caller that policy could come after, but that this proclamation of support for our LGBTQ plus community members, past, present, and future, is so important and represents a citywide commitment to inclusivity and diversity. And this is a kind of action that makes me really proud of Selma. And I just wanted to commend Lance and his mother for their efforts to bring this vision of support and inclusion to Selma. Thank you so much.
For your comments. We have another caller.
Hi, Dustin,
Yes.
your line is open.
Thank you so much. My name is Dustin Nelson. My brother is Lance, and my daughter is Isla. I'm from Aptos, originally from Selma, and to hear my family speak for so many people in the community that aren't there, that don't speak for them, that can't speak for themselves because they're scared, they're afraid to come out, they're afraid to be seen. I just want to say that I'm so proud of my family. I'm proud of my brother who flew in from New York to do this. If you knew my brother and my daughter and my mother and what my mother has done for Selma as well, forgive me, Pastor, and the other people that have spoken, but you don't know my family and you don't know what you're talking about. And you can say that, and this all started when they asked it to be tabled and my mother was not allowed to speak. She spoke, it shouldn't be tabled. And then the next gentleman was the pastor and he went into the tirade about why this isn't okay in town. And I feel like I heard that he wasn't from town or wasn't here very long. And the other gentleman I know isn't from town, but he does work in our town. And I'll tell you what, bud, I was from that town. And I know a lot of people that dealt with this. And it just breaks my heart that you guys just don't understand. And I thank the city council for putting up the flags. And my wife is here with me, and to hear our daughter speak just made us just so proud. And I just wish you guys really understood what you were talking about. And to table it, it's just politics. You're just pushing people off to the side like you've done, like people do all the time. You're afraid to take a stand. If you want to take a stand against it, take a stand against it. But like the two previous callers said, you can do the proclamation and you can do the policy. There's absolutely no excuse. And I'm sorry, the councilwoman that spoke with my mother, I just don't see the comparison. And I just feel that you don't understand what you're saying. And my wife would like to speak.
I just want to speak for the youth. I am a teacher, and in our community where we are living, they are supported, they are safe, they have clubs at their school, and they know they have adults and a community to turn to. And you tabling this tonight is putting one group in front of another, obviously, but also you're showing your youth, you're showing the people growing up there, these kids, that they aren't accepted there and that they will be pushed aside with another group, and that someone can speak of them that way in their town. And I urge you to not table this tonight because of the people that it is caring for and what you are standing for as a community and a town. You are standing for this, and I urge you to not table this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, both of you. City Clerk, do we have any other callers on the line?
Hi, caller ending in 664. Your line is open. Please use *6 to unmute your line. Hi, caller. Can you hear me okay? Caller ending in 664. Your line is open. Hi, caller. Please use *6 to unmute your line. Perfect. Can you hear us okay? I will try back with that caller shortly. A caller listed as Melissa. Your line is open.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. My name is Melissa and I'm a citizen of Selma. I just want to piggyback on what my pastors have said, that we have to be careful what we are proclaiming. Does Selma want to be known as the modern day Sodom and Gomorrah? Because Kingsburg and Fowler both voted against this, yet Selma's all for it. I'm disappointed in council that the flag issue even passed to begin with. I just pray that the council changes their stance on the issue as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Hi, caller ending in 664. Your line is open. Please use *6 to unmute your line. Mayor Robertson, that's all the callers that we have. I do believe we have one caller on the line that is having technical difficulty.
Thank you. And that caller can call back during oral communications if the caller wishes. Okay, with that, we will bring this back to council. Do we have anyone else from the gallery who'd like to speak, please?
Once again, my name is Pastor Franco Atkinson, 1427 Goldry Street here in Selma. Been a resident here for 20 years. And we do a lot of in the community. It doesn't matter who comes to us, we help them out and everything that we have to do. I believe I'm also a veteran for 10 years in both in the United States Army, United States Marine Corps, and I served under that flag, the flag that we said the pledge of allegiance to. And I believe that that flag unites everybody. I also did 23 years in law enforcement, and I believe that the laws are written to protect everybody. Now, we shouldn't be going around trying to say, well, you're more important than this other person. That person is more important than the other. The laws are supposed to be applied equally to everybody. So I believe that if council is going to table this, should table this and come together and equally understand what your stance is going to be. Because when you do that proclamation, it's going to stand. It's going to stand for the way it is written. And later on, you might decide that, hey, you know what, we did this we were a little too fast on this. We should have came together as council, and that's where you should table it and make sure that you're on the same page before you go ahead and do that proclamation. It's like the pastor said earlier, those people that I served with, those that are in Arlington or wherever they may be, they only get 1 day. 1 day. And people that are coming out and doing whatever they want to say, I mean, that's fine. What you want to do in your lifestyle, that's up to you. But they get 30 days. We need to really think at this. And they get a proclamation. I think we need to really study what we're going to do, because we still have to answer to our community at a later time. I have to say thank you.
Thank you. Have any comments they'd like to make at this time?
After just hearing a couple comments, I just want to speak one more
So,
time.
Mayor, if you allow someone to speak again, we need to open it up to all of the
Perhaps go
public
to
to
the
speak
floor.
again.
We can't let you speak again. We'll
Okay,
have to let
thank
everybody.
you.
Thank you, though. Would anyone else like to stand up at this time and be heard?
Mayor and councilmen and councilwomen. My name's Lori Perez. I live at 2335 Park Street. When I saw the flags, I thought, wow, I didn't get a vote on that. I have nothing against gays. I have them in my family. But if you allow this, then I want the Mexican flag on Cinco de Mayo, September 16th. So I think you opened up a can of worms. And we're all children of God. They are loved, no matter what their choice is. But I don't want to see the flags up like that, because you open up a can of worms. Then we're gonna want the Armenian flag up, Mexican flag, whatever. So I think you should table it.
Thank you. Okay. Since no one else wants to speak, we'll bring this back to council. We have a motion on the floor, and then we have a second. Have any more comments at this
I
point?
just have one more thing that I wanted to say, and I commend you for your bravery. I too have a child that, was bullied for different reasons. And, he went through his depression, and I'll share, he's type 1 diabetic, and since he was 9 years old. And so he's always struggled, because he's different. And there's nothing, anything, no flag, no proclamation, nothing that's going to change that. Nothing at all. And so for me, I'm not seeing this as a personal thing. I'm seeing it as what's the law? What's the fair thing? I'm here to represent, like I mentioned, the whole community. One other thing that just happened is that the federal government proclaimed June 19th as Juneteenth Day. So that's another set of, now there's another group that's going to probably want to have the flag flown on, or, I don't know, on that day. So that's another set of community that's going to be wanted represented. So for me, my stance is to be fair to all and not just one group. And so that's why I am tabling it, so that we can look at the groups as a whole, because that's the only flag that really represents us. So that's my stance. And so that's my personal, but like I said, I'm not here for personal, I'm here for what the community, what they voted for me to do is to listen to the community and to set policies. And so that's what my final words are.
I'm looking forward to having that discussion, a policy discussion on where to fly flags properly in the city. I've heard all these arguments, had a lot of contact with many folks that I respect, and I believe we should follow through and we should make the proclamation. In terms of the flag, I've never heard anybody say that this was the symbol, the cloth that's out there, that rainbow cloth, is to have somebody's allegiance overall. That's not why I understand it was out there. It was to, the way I heard it, was to raise awareness and to bring recognition to a group that had not had that and had been forced to hide and live in the shadows and the closets for many, many years. That should be over. And this is one of those ways to make that over, to bring that over by having that recognition. Was it done in exactly the right way in our city? We kind of started it. We're one of the few cities that did this, you know, in Fresno County, and we should be proud of that. And we got this far. We're getting stopped tonight, but that's okay. We're making progress, and we are known throughout our county for being tolerant and inclusive because, as the council member said, we do answer to the majority. And the majority that I've heard have said this is a tough decision, and it's a tough decision that you have guts to make. And we want you, all of you up there, making that call from your conscience. So with that,
I can say, in regards to making decisions, this council's not gonna be, I, as a council member, I'm not gonna make a decision on counting votes from our community. I was elected to make legislative policies that would adhere to the majority of this community. We represent the United States. And the United States, we have a constitution we have to adhere to, which is the state of California. State of California represents the federal government. So when we start trying to isolate people as to what they're going to be representing and who they're going to be representing and be stating that we're not following through with process, there is follow through. This council is going to follow through with a lot of policies, but that's the word. It's not about an individual. It's not about individuality. It's in here for this government body, it's to set policy, legislative policy that adheres to any person in this community. We're not singleizing any individual. What I've heard from a pastor to a community member, everybody that's come to my office, they have not said they're singling out individualities. They're not saying we want representation. They're saying they want unity. And with unity, that takes leadership. Leadership creates unity. If you want to divide this community, you say things like we're not going to follow through. You want to divide this community, you say we don't complete projects. You want to divide this community, you say we're singling out individuals. We're not doing that. We're asking that we've heard every individual. We know every individual carries a important role in this community. And what we're stating is can you imagine we are being told that because we're going to table this item, we are not going to progress to this community. Is that how minute we're going to make things? We as an individual body in this community state that we love Selma. That's why we're here. That's why Leslie Nelson's always cleaning this community. That's why she's here. That's why her son and they're here. And we love them. That doesn't mean just because we're going to table this item, we don't care about them. We're going to set policy in this community that's going to have definition, define anybody in this community important role. We're going to have clarity. That's what you guys all want. You want clarity. You want clarity, you want definition. So when we start talking about, well, you're not gonna complete a task, that's division. Uniting is making sure that we make a policy, we listen to everybody, we bring it back, we talk to everybody, and we come up with a policy. So in that's the reason why I seconded it. And I stand by the fact that I'm a legislator, I set policy in this community. And that's what I'm here for. But thank you, Mr. Mayor.
anyone else?
I just like to say, again, for those, I love the words that you stated, foster, to make a change and acceptance. That's what the proclamation is. It's just reading a proclamation of acceptance. And that's what Selma's about. We're about a diverse community. When I ran for council, I told myself I'd set my religious beliefs aside if I'm going to run in the political arena, because that's what we have to do. And I love everyone, but I love the words fostering, acceptance. That's all we're trying to do. I don't think tabling is going to do anything. Reading a proclamation is going to show us that we're better than that. So I don't feel we need to table anything. Let's read the proclamation. Let's continue. And talking about bringing other flags, well, the policy, like we all council stated, we have to set policy. But we can read the proclamation and then make change. There's nothing wrong with that. So I do agree with some of these callers. Let's read the proclamation. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we will call the roll from the city clerk.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
is your microphone on?
Yes. You hear me?
Perfect. Now, yes. Thank you.
Yes.
And the second was from Councilmember Trujillo.
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
I'm going to go ahead and do the proclamation. No.
Mayor Robertson.
No. And with that, we will read the proclamation tonight. And with that, we will move on to, where were we? Okay, we had the motion at the beginning. It's been a while. Now we can go into oral communications. Right? At this time, any member of the public may address the city council regarding any item over which the council has jurisdiction. No action or discussion will be taken on any item not on the agenda. Issues raised will be referred to the city manager for review. Members of the public shall limit their remarks to 3 minutes. Does anyone have anything else they would like to say at this time?
Pastor Marty, 1801 2nd Street, 9791 Elkhorn. I'd just like to know, in the proclamation, with all that's been said, and then the policy begins to happen, how does that happen? You've got horses pushing the cart. You're going to proclaim something, then you're going to come back and set policy. That policy says only that flag gets to be flown. That's exactly what we said. That you're saying that that's the only one in June comes around. They're the only ones that get this ability to have that done.
Right, it's a specific proclamation, and then we'll bring this matter back, Pastor, for a policy-wide discussion.
So does the proclamation, all I'm asking is this proclamation put this into law? Is this, is a done deal? Or are you guys going to be open to saying, again, we want that to go backwards next year? Our protection is this of the community. We see in every one of these other communities what follows in these parades and things like that. We just want to protect our community. That's it. And so what we want to know is, after the policy's been put into place, are you saying now there's a policy? That flag, and the gay flag. That's a big issue. Because when you put into policy, you're going to have to say, we've got 3 flags now for Selma.
Thanks for your concern. The policy discussion will take place at a later meeting. Thank you. Else have any comments for oral communications? City Clerk, do we have anybody on the line who would like to make a comment at this time?
Hi, caller 664, your line is open.
Caller who tried to speak earlier.
Hi, caller, can you hear us?
Come in now, caller. I'm just kidding.
Mayor Robertson, caller ending in 664 is the only caller with their hand raised. I have no other callers on the line.
Thank you. With that, we will bring oral communications back. And if no one has anything else to say, we will move on to our special presentation. Our first one is the presentation on homelessness by Fresno County. And do we have a report for that?
Hi, my name is Laura Moreno. I'm with the County of Fresno Department of Social Services, as well Sonia de la Rosa, the CAO analyst with the County of Fresno, is also present. So we will be sharing information on the work of the county in regards to homelessness in the city of Selma. And I will go ahead and start, and Sonia will join in at the end with any comments as well, and we can answer questions.
Great, thank you.
All right, so I'm going to give you a little, I'm going to start with a little bit of history, give you some Selma shelter data, and then potential next steps. And so it was in 2020, amid the COVID pandemic, when the county looked at opening shelters quickly to bring homeless people inside, those experiencing homelessness, to prevent the spread of COVID-19 among our homeless population. And so this work started in March very quickly to stand up some shelters in the city of Fresno, where we have a lot of people experiencing homelessness. Then we looked around to see where in the rural areas we could also have some shelters to bring people inside. And the two cities that were open to this, because we were really looking for motels. And so we weren't building anything. We needed to do something quickly. We were looking at existing buildings. And in some of the smaller cities in the county of Fresno, we were looking for motels. And so we reached out and were able to start a shelter in the city of Sanger and also in the city of Selma. In the city of Selma, the shelter that was used, the motel that was used, was the Super 8, and services began in May, at the beginning of May. And the county contracted with the agency in Selma, SelmaCom, and we rented 30 motel rooms, which were to serve 75 individuals. And that, again, we didn't realize at the time how long the pandemic was going to go on, how long we needed to bring people in. It was really an emergency situation. We looked at thinking maybe 3 months. 3 months turned to 6 months, and we are still there over a year later. And so initially we were looking at, like I said, it ending sooner than it did. In December, we switched providers from SelmaCom to WestCare, and we also, that was December 1st of 2020. We also looked at really focusing on rehousing people, because again, in the beginning, we didn't know how long it was going to go on. We thought it was going to be something that was quick. And we originally were going to close December 30th of 2020 because the funding that was provided for the shelters was ending. And we also then found out in about late October, early November, that there were additional funds coming. And so we extended services with WestCare and Super 8 through June 30th of 2021. The focus again was on rehousing people, providing intensive case management and navigation. We also extended an agreement with the Poverello House for some of that navigation and case management, along with what WestCare was providing. And again, we are looking at extending these services for an additional 3 months through September 30th, 2021, because there still remains some people that have not yet been housed. So I will give you some data on the folks that have been in the shelter and that remain. Originally, again, we started with 30 motel rooms, and in December, there were 83 individuals and 42 households at the Super 8. As of June 18th, 2021, there remain 35 individuals in 18 households and 15 rooms occupied. In regards to those 18 households, 10 of the households have been matched to a housing provider in a program, and they are searching for permanent housing. There are 6 households that are on the priority waiting list for a subsidy. And there is 1 household that is still in the gathering of documentation phase. There is one household, and I believe it's one individual in that household, that has declined services. Our teams have been working really hard with those that are declining services to try to get to the root of that, to make changes in the service provision, even in the providers, if that's going to enable the household to engage in services. Outcomes over the last 6 months, 42 individuals have exited to permanent destinations. 2 individuals have exited to temporary destinations. We had 2 individuals who exited to some sort of treatment facility. And over the last 6 months, there have been 9 individuals that have left placement and have not been permanently housed. And in most of those cases, it's folks that are not wanting to engage in services. But overall, it's been a very small number. Overall, the percentage of individuals exiting to permanent housing, 91% of those have been families, and 31% of those have been single individuals. There are also a few other programs that we have running in Selma, available to Selma residents besides the shelter. We also have a rapid rehousing program that is run by SelmaCom under a subcontract with WestCare. And rapid rehousing is to take folks who are experiencing homelessness and assist them in finding permanent housing and offer some rental assistance. So that program is run out of Selma, and it's available to Selma and to nearby cities, which could include Reedley, Parlier, Fowler. The intent there was to put a location that was outside of Fresno so that those in these rural towns would have easier access. Another program that the county currently has available is the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, and that is for households who have a rental arrears, and it's assisting them to clear that rental arrears with the eviction moratorium. A lot of households have owed anywhere from 3 months, 6 months, some as much as 12 months of rent. And with the moratorium being lifted soon, there is an emergency rental assistance program that can assist landlords to recapture the rent and also households to catch up to that, and could offer also some prospective rent. So it could offer a portion of rent for say like May and June as well. And so that service is provided by RH Community Builders, and they subcontract with Comprehensive Youth Services, who takes care of the clients and renters in the Selma area. So those 2 are also offered in addition to the shelter. So the county continues to look at how we partner with our rural cities and our unincorporated areas, because we know that we have people who are experiencing homelessness in those areas. And so one of the things that the CAO contact has done, and Sonia has met with you all as well, I think last week, is continuing to look at where and how we might be of assistance. And I guess the last piece is, how can Selma partner to resolve homelessness? I think there's a number of things. One of the biggest issues for our households is actually finding housing. And so, as I mentioned, 10 of the households that are currently in the shelter are out searching for housing. And so that becomes difficult overall with the housing situation throughout the entire county, but it becomes even more difficult in some of our small cities. And so partnering for affordable housing is definitely a benefit. Also connecting people who are experiencing homelessness with any job training programs you have in your community. If there are employers who are seeking employees, if you have mentoring programs, then that might be a good partnership with households experiencing homelessness. There could be churches involved. I noticed that you had some of the churches represented there in your meeting. There can be some involvement with churches, some partnerships, after-school programs, tutoring clubs with those experiencing homelessness. And then also understanding the population that are actually experiencing homelessness in Selma. And one way of doing that is participating in the point-in-time count. And so the Fresno Madera Continuum of Care does conduct an annual point-in-time count. In 2020, we did not conduct a street count because of, actually in 2021, we did not conduct a street count because of the COVID pandemic, but in 2022, it'll likely come up again, and it's done in January. And so if we have some Selma organizations, volunteers, individuals, if we could partner with the City of Selma, then we can actually get a physical count and also conduct surveys of those who are experiencing homelessness in Selma, which would give you a better picture of the population there. So with that, I will pause and see if there's anything that Sonia has to add, and also take any questions that you might have.
I think when I went out to your city, one of the things that I did mention that we've continued through the County of Fresno has been our outreach team going out into the communities. That is something that's going to continue going forward. We're looking for additional funds that will allow us to focus specifically on the rural communities, with the hope of also being able to increase the number of units available in our community. And as Laura mentioned, partnership with the communities, the smaller rural communities would be great, because that would allow us to bring in more individuals and then transition them to more permanent housing. And that's all the information I have. So we're open for questions if you like.
Thank you. With that, we'll bring it back to council. Does council have any questions for Laura or Sonia at this time?
I have a question for Laura.
Oh, go ahead.
In regards to understanding the Selma population, did you mean in the population as to the homelessness count for residents of Selma, or that countywide?
So I would say understanding who you have in your community, right? Because I think that one of the things is that our homeless population in some of these smaller towns are different than the population that we have in Metro Fresno. And so when we're able to do point in time counts in some of the smaller rural areas, but we have to do that with partners, right? With volunteers, with people that know the city, that know that area, then there's valuable information that can come from that. Because not only do we do a count, but there is also surveys that are done with people who are on the street. And so we can get some information about some of the things that they're experiencing, where they were prior to being on the street, what some of the issues that they're dealing with are. And so I think it's important, particularly for the smaller cities, to really understand who it is that is in your community experiencing homelessness.
I have a quick question. I know when we sat with Sonia De La Rosa last week in regards to the homelessness, she mentioned there was about 22 that we had here at the Super 8, and 5 were only registered in Selma, and the remaining were not. You mentioned about rural areas. So are you stating that you want to bring more to our city, or you wanting to start your shelter in those cities?
No, let me clarify the information from the meeting last week. When one of the questions that came up was how many individuals or households that were currently staying at the Super 8 were from the city of Selma. There were only 3 households that were identified that were actually from the city of Fresno. The rest of the households were all from the city of Selma. And the individuals that were identified from the city of Fresno have an interest in going back to Fresno. And so then the second piece with regard to the outreach that we have in place right now, our outreach team works with whatever site has beds currently available. The Super 8 is actually in the process of rehousing, so we are not adding any individuals at that location. If individuals agree to housing, we look at where we have housing available within the community. The majority of the time it is in the metro area of Fresno. But the people that do decide to go into bed from the rural communities, they generally want to come back, or they decline the bed because they want to stay in the communities that they're from.
Question, and this is for probably both of you. Are you partnering up with like the housing authority to see what is available here in Selma? As far as a home key, because I know that there's money through the home key funds that the county, I think, I can't remember how much money they have, but I know that there's money available with that. Are you guys partnering with them?
Laura, if you want to address
Yes,
that.
yes. And so absolutely, we partner with the Housing Authority along with other organizations. And so the County of Fresno is a member of the Fresno Madera Continuum of Care. I'm currently the chair of that body. And the Housing Authority is also a member. As a matter of fact, we just had a meeting this morning because we were talking about vouchers and some of the various programs. And so there are a lot of partnerships that the county and the city, Fresno as well, has with the Housing Authority. And so I believe that even under Home Key, so the Home Key program that was available by the state last year, the Housing Authority was looking at rural sites as well, but it becomes difficult because you have to have, in that case, we had to have property available. It had to be existing. So at any opportunity that we have to partner to expand housing availability and programs and homeless services, absolutely, we do that.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to add to that. One of the things that we look at when we do partner with other entities is the ability to sustain the service. So if we do form a partnership, we just have to look at long-term, because we would hate to start something in a community and then not be able to sustain it, or put the city in a position where they weren't going to be able to sustain it. So that's usually what we look at as well.
Yeah, just to back up, I know we had our meeting last week with Council Member Guerra and Supervisor Mendez. And just to summarize for the folks who are here tonight, where we started from was we had individuals and families placed at the Super 8 in Selma due to COVID, with the funding coming from CARES Act funding, which looks like it's running out on June 30th. And I think the concern that we had was, what happens to all the souls who are at the Super 8 at that time? And correct me if I'm wrong, but that June 30th date for those folks to be rehoused has been extended to September. Is that correct, Sonia, Laura?
That is correct. And so we don't like to say what the last date is until we get closer to it, because we're really trying to ensure that we can rehouse people. We don't want to keep them in shelter. We don't want them to be there any longer than they need to. And so in having these shorter timeframes, it's so that the providers as well as the households know that we got to keep working, you got to keep working, you got to keep moving, we got to find a place for you. And so it was decided a couple of weeks ago that we would extend it because we don't want anybody to exit into homelessness. And so as long as people are engaging and they are wanting to find a place, like I mentioned, there was only one household that has not been able to engage. We will continue to find a place. And so when people are willing, we're not going to turn them out. If we have to move them to another shelter because one is going to be temporary, is going to finally be closed, then we'll do that. So it is extended through September 30th. That will likely be it because we have a small number now, and we think that that's as far as we'll need to go. But if there is still a household left, we will figure out a way to keep assisting that household.
One of the things about the funding source, the majority of the funding that was used to place the beds at the locations that they were at was emergency funding that we received from the state of California. We then were able to continue it using some federal funding. But in addition to that, the county of Fresno added $3 million in CARES funding to keep the beds open longer. And that funding is actually a portion of the county's allocation. That funding is only eligible for a certain period of time. And that is what we were working with, is trying to get as many people and keep them housed, and also have them transition to permanent housing. So where we're at now is really a matter of just trying to place the households in this next phase, as opposed to continuing them in emergency beds.
So I have a question in regards to, you stated ability to sustain the liability. And can you elaborate on that?
Its ability to sustain the housing. So if we open a location, so for example, in the city of Fresno, we worked in partnership with a different a developer to purchase the old Smugglers, which is on Blackstone and Dakota in Fresno. The site was an old motel that has approximately 204 rooms, and we worked with the state and received home key funds in order to purchase that location. And the property is now being operated by one of our partners. Going forward, though, there is funds that the county had to commit to in order to keep the site open and keep people housed at the site. So for the next 5 to 10 years, the county is committed to providing assistance at that location. So we have to set aside funding or locate funding or find vouchers that will allow people to stay at that location. So if we looked at any of the other cities, which we do, we're looking at ways to add more units to our rural communities. If we look at a site, and I know in the conversation, one of the sites that came up was the Villager Motel in your town. If that was to be a possibility, the county has to look at how they're going to fund services going forward at the location. And that's one of the things that we have to have a defined funding source that will allow us to sustain the services at the location. So we don't want to just say, yes, we'll purchase it and then not be able to sustain it, which means then we have to close it down. And that's what I mean by sustainability.
When you talk about sustainability, does the county take into account, you mentioned you have 2 or 3 funding sources, state level and federal level. When you guys are doing your financial outlook in regards to what the ability to sustain the housing, do you also take into account the ability to sustain the absorbment of the city, the municipal government taking the absorbment of the people living there and the I guess you could say the rift that comes with it? Do you guys take into account in that? Because my major focus for the last 2 months has been accountability and hours and what has costed us for our municipal government through our public works, police department, and we can all say that we favor in regards to the homelessness, but we understand that it also is an impact to our community. And an impact, when I say it's an impact, it's taking some resources out. And we had talked to our finance director in regards to how many hours is it taking our public works, how many hours is it taking our police department. And when you talk about funding sources in regards to the state and the federal level, do you guys have any discussions in regards to the impact it has to that community to get some kind of resource money back to us?
Well, one of the things about COVID is that it brought a lot of funding into our community fairly quickly, but this is not funding that we would normally see on a regular year. And so much of the funding that comes into our community was coming in through the continuum of care to existing agreements that are already in place in our community. And really, there wasn't a lot of funding after that. The majority was really just to sustain what we had in place, not really to add anything new. The state in 2018 provided some funds that was one-time funding, and then again in 2019, and then they did it again in 2020. Some of the funding, though, is in smaller increments than when it first started. So we've been trying to sustain triage centers and shelters that were opened in 2019 with the money that we've received going forward. So when it comes to looking at the community as a whole, the city of Selma and many of almost all the cities in the county of Fresno, including the county of Fresno, have experienced the need to have to partner with our jurisdictions that are adjacent to us. Because what will happen is when you do something in the city of Selma, it'll just go over to the next city to the south or north of you. And that's what's happened with us is they'll move from city of Fresno jurisdiction into county jurisdiction, onto railroad property, onto the water district, different locations. Now, the majority of us, what we've had to do is use many of our resources, our public works, code enforcement, county council, social services, public health, and behavioral health to try to address some of the issues that arise when we have an encampment that's come into our area. Quite frankly, the best thing that we can do is have our outreach team go out into your community and try to connect people to services. And that is something that we already do in the city of Selma. Our outreach team works directly with your police department. And they actually, we receive referrals from your city, but also from members of the community that let us know that there's an encampment in your area. And we deploy our outreach team into that location as many times as we need in order to try to get people to come into services. Unfortunately, much of the money that we receive is all targeted to services. It's not necessarily funding that we could use for, cleanups. It's all funding that is targeted to services themselves. Excuse me. And again, COVID brought so much money into our community, but it's not money that we're going to continue to see going forward. Right now, it's all one-time money.
I think the other important piece to mention is that those that were housed at the Selma Center were from Selma. And so there were a few people that were not, but the vast majority were the homeless people that you already had in Selma. So we took those folks that you had on your streets, in your encampments, and brought them inside, hired security there at the site, hired a service provider, and are working to rehouse people. And so impacts to cities are important, right? We want to make sure that we're being a good partner. But part of that is taking the folks in your community that are experiencing homelessness and bringing them inside and working to rehouse them.
Thank you for that, but I would just make the minor note that a lot of the folks that did come in from Selma were from other cities. We did hear about that too, Laura. And I think the concern that we had in our town was, hey, Selma didn't ask to have to be the biggest city in terms of caring for all these souls during COVID, the biggest emergency housing center. And when we heard that the funding was going to be cut off, the concern was that the folks that were there were just going to be cut loose. And then they were going to either, stay in Selma or go somewhere from that. And I very much appreciate it and am relieved to hear that that's not the case, that you're not releasing any of these souls into homelessness and that you'll be working with them to find transitional housing. And I really hope we can take this from here and use this lesson for COVID in terms of marshaling all these resources, these financial resources, and having a countywide solution to homelessness, because we need to go from just finding a temporary place to transitional and then intermediate and then permanent. And I know I'm preaching to the choir there, but we appreciate, your guidance and you keeping us informed on this. And hopefully both of you can come back before September to give us an update on the situation as well at the Super 8.
I have one final question. Out of the households that we've housed and the ones that are still remaining, how many are children? Or how many have children?
I'm looking at my notes right now. If I could tell you, I don't have the ages. I have households, and most of the households are more than one person, but I don't think that's always children. So I don't have the specific answer for you. I know that we did have a number of households in Selma that did have children. If I had to guess, I would probably say at least a third had children. Of the ones that we have remaining, I think that most of those are, there were, out of the 10 households that have been matched and that are looking for housing, so that's 10 out of the 18, there are 23 individuals in that 10. So there's usually 2 people, possibly 3, but I go back to it and say probably a third of the households have children.
Because homelessness doesn't, discriminate against age. And so it's sad to see those children that they're going to be, going potentially back to the street. So whatever we can do to help and get them housed.
Well, we do not have them potentially going to the street. Let me be real clear here. Of the 18, only one has declined service, and that's an individual. And so the rest of the households are actively engaging in services. So those people will not go back to the street because they are actively engaging in services, and the majority are out searching for housing because they've been matched to a program and or a subsidy. And I will state one more time that the vast majority of the households who were housed in Selma were from Selma. I know specifically that there were 3 that were transitioned from the Sanger shelter over to Selma when we closed that one, because those were folks that were remaining. I don't know that those are still the households that are there. 3 households were from Fresno, but the remaining households were those that you already had in Selma. But we'd be happy to come back in September before we end that program and provide you another update. And it may be that we can close it sooner because the households will be housed. And so when we get to that point, we'll be sure to keep you informed.
But
of
you're
that.
not admitting anyone else into the Super 8 at this time, is that correct?
No, so with the COVID shelters, this is not the only one. We have one in Fresno. We have a couple in Fresno that we're closing down. And so we are, as we're rehousing people, those spaces are remaining empty because it is our intent to close the COVID shelters.
Hey, Clerk, do we have anyone on the line who'd like to ask a question of Laura Moreno or Sonia De La Rosa at this time?
Mayor Robertson, I have no one via Zoom with their hands raised at the moment.
Thank you. With that, we'll bring it back to council. If there are no more questions, we'll move on to our second presentation. I want to thank Ms. Moreno and Ms. De La Rosa for a very informative discussion on an extremely important issue. Thank you. And we
Thank you.
appreciate your time and your expertise very much.
Thank you.
And
Take care.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. You too. Bye-bye. And with that, we'll move on to the LGBTQ plus Pride Month proclamation. Okay, proclamation LGBTQ plus Pride Month. Whereas the city of Selma has a diverse lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender community and is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equity for all people in the community. And whereas many of the residents, students, employees, and business owners within the city of Selma who contribute to the enrichment of our city are a part of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and questioning community. And whereas various advancements have been made with respect to equitable treatment of lesbians, gay men, bisexual, transgendered, and questioning persons throughout the nation, but there continues to be some opposition against people from this community and around the world, making it important for cities like Selma to stand up and show support for our residents who are affected. And whereas several cities across the United States recognize and celebrate June as LGBTQ plus Pride Month, and whereas June has become a symbolic month in which lesbians, gay men, bisexual people, transgender, and supporters come together in various celebrations of pride, and whereas the rainbow flag, also known as the LGBT pride flag or gay pride flag, has been used since the 1970s as a symbol of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender pride, and LGBT social movements. And whereas flying the rainbow flag in Selma throughout the month of June further symbolizes the city's celebration of diversity and support for the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender community. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Selma does hereby declare the month of June as LGBTQ plus Pride Month in the City of Selma, and invites everyone to reflect on ways we all can live and work together with a commitment to mutual respect and understanding, and further recognizes Pride Month by flying the rainbow in Selma during the month of June, proclaimed this 21st day of June 2021. Scott Robertson, Mayor, City of Selma, Council members Guerra, Councilmember Mendoza Navarro, Councilmember Trujillo, Mayor Pro Tem Cho. And that's the Pride Proclamation. Congratulations. And with that, we will take a 5-minute break and come back for the rest of our. We've been going. Everybody ready? Okay, we're gonna get started again. We are back with our meeting. Everybody, we are back in session for city council. Everybody,
Okay,
thank you. All right, we'll start with the consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar are considered routine. The complete consent calendar will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote. For purposes of discussion, any council member may have an item removed from the consent calendar and made a part of the regular agenda. The council can then approve the remainder of the consent calendar. Does anyone have anything they'd like to pull off tonight? Consent.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to pull off F and K.
may I make a motion to approve J with the exclusion of F and K?
I'd like to pull off K. We're pulling off K, right? Okay. F and K.
Motion
Oh, and
still
I
stands.
wanted to take off G.
Okay, G.
Oh, you're making a motion to approve all the rest of the items?
Yep.
Okay. Council member, do we have our mics on? Is
My mic's on.
city clerk,
Mine's on.
can you hear us?
Hello?
Are we back on?
No, Raina
Hi,
Gibbs.
Mayor. Yes, you're back on. I did get Councilmember Guerra, who asked to pull item S and item K, and Mayor, you asked to pull item G. I did have a motion to approve the rest of the items by Councilmember Trujillo, but I do not have a second.
I'll second it.
No, I didn't.
No.
No. I-
Okay, so Councilmember Trujillo voted to, or made a motion to approve items 1, A through E, and H through J.
I would like
With
to
a
pull J,
sec-
though.
You want to pull J? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Cho would like to pull item J. So the motion is amended to 1A through E and H through I. To approve, seconded by Councilmember Guerra. Did you want to,
Yep, I
Okay.
second it.
can you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes,
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. You want to start with F?
Yeah, I'll start with F. I just have a quick question here, Isaac, on page 19. For the project amount, and this is for the police department building project.
Yes.
The project amount says 8,531,518.81. And then it says, authorize the payment of retention in the amount of 426,575.94. So my question is, if this was the final construction cost was the 8,531,518.81. We approved 11.1.
So-
There's a difference there.
You did approve a budget. The initial cost of construction when we went out to bid was 8.3. You also approved a contingency for change orders as well.
Right. Which was,
So the total cost of
changeover
construction,
was 208.
the total cost of construction ended up being the 8.5. So you approved the 8.3 and then a contingency for any potential change orders that may occur. So, I mean, the total scope of the project is obviously going to be large. This is just the construction of the building.
The building, okay.
Yeah.
What about the cost of Vanner, the project manager, Dyson, the architect,
That's all outside of this.
contents, equipment? So
Yeah,
that's
that's all
close.
outside of the scope. All those soft costs.
I think you gave us a spreadsheet, right? And it was
Yeah,
like
I've given you
11.3 or
a dollar.
11.6. Okay.
Okay.
So it did hit the 11, but it was the other items.
Yeah, this is just the construction itself.
Okay,
So that we can release the tension and move forward with releasing the insurances.
okay. Just wanted to confirm that.
Yeah.
And then also page 57, this is on the check register report. Just a quick question here on check number 77491 for Matoy Law Corporation in the amount of $3,842.50. Now, is this her last payment,
I believe this is their final, yes.
final?
On the check register, what's that payment for CID?
That's
That
our cooperative agreement payment. It's the funds that are collected via Cal Water billing system. It's a pass through as part of our agreement.
And how many more of those years are we gonna have to pay for? the
We still
call?
got quite a few years left.
Quite a few.
I wanna s- I w- I'll have to look it up. I don't remember the full term of it. I know there is a point where you can renegotiate it, but the scope of the payments goes out like 10 years or something to that extent of how we collect those funds, 10, 15 years.
Is CID just, it's on CID kind of, but the question is, they banked a lot of water. The last year we had a lot of water. Do we know how much water we have left in the groundwater, in our recharge basin there?
So last meeting that I had, they're talking about the runoff coming from Pine Flat. They are having a lower level and not being able to get the water all the way through at this point. So they are losing those waters. Yeah, they are actively trying to build more basins so they can recharge as much as possible. I attend all their meetings. They're constantly having negotiations for additional properties and trying to purchase. So they're trying to meet their obligations for the new Sigma plan that they have. So
This is off that topic. If we get a plan of when they're gonna clean and work on our canal, they don't have that. They don't.
we speak to them whenever usually it's regarding the homeless and things of that nature. We speak to them. They're pretty active about getting them cleaned up for the most part. So we talk to them whenever we need to talk to them regarding those cleanups. Yes, we just try to keep that open dialogue.
Anybody else? Check register. Okay, with that, I'll move on to my item G. That is a consideration for approving road restructuring for reconstruction of all the alphabet streets, A through E. What's the scope of that and what's the timeline on that?
So the SB1 funds, we've been collecting for quite a few years now. This new funding source came together in about 2017. We've collected close to about almost 1.5 now. So we'll start working on the project and get it scoped. It still needs to be designed at this point. So we're just identifying the project so that we can move forward with it. I mean, as you can see, that the total budget, we don't even have enough funds. We'll have to commingle with other funds. But right now, it's got to start the design phase. So we've got some
We're
time
happy
still.
with the resurfacing that we did around the city, and this will be a nice continuation of that too.
Yeah. The Alphabet Street is definitely one of the neighborhoods where we need to, bring current. It's one of our older neighborhoods.
Question on that one, actually. I was gonna pull it too. Is that gonna include the street signs if there's needing to be street signs or just the streets?
That's just the streets. Public Works is already assessing it through the budget process of upgrading and removing it and installing new signs.
Okay.
So
and-
it's something they do annually as well.
Okay. And so this project, are we looking at the 469,423 or?
For
what's
the
this-
$400,000 amounts in increment which we receive each
Oh, that's the
in the coming
monthly
year.
increment.
That's
Okay.
the estimate of what we'll be receiving in SB1 funds.
Item J.
I was just kind of curious. I didn't quite understand. So basically, we just need somebody to come in to do testing for our people? Is that how?
It's actually not performing the test. It's actually the tests themselves. They have a service they provide where they have testing mechanisms for each position and whatever parameters we need. The tests are protected. So it's not just a random test. They send you the test, you secure it, send it back, they can score it for you and do all those things. So they really have a bundle of tests that they can put out for PD, recreation, but they're secure as well. So they mix up the test, it gives it a just more formal process. So instead of just some standard fill in the bubbles, it's a little more detailed and it's really positioned into what position is actually being tested.
This is a consistent contract that we do and everything is consistent.
Yeah, we've been using this for quite a while.
With that, is there a motion to approve items F, G, J, and K?
I'll make a motion.
I'll
Chair
second.
Becker.
I'll second.
Okay, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. On to regular business. Consideration of interim city manager employment agreement with Ralph S. Jimenez. Report, please.
I can do it. I'll let you. Okay. Yeah, so this item is before you from the mayor and council. It's an agreement for an interim city manager for Mr. Jimenez. The position itself will be an effective date of June 22nd, 2021, which it would be tomorrow. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to the city attorney.
Okay, thank you. So pursuant to the government code, we're required to read the financial provisions of this agreement. So under this agreement, Mr. Jimenez would be receiving $16,500 per month for his services. There would be no benefits beyond the monthly compensation. He would be entitled to reimbursement of necessary business and travel expenses.
Thank you. That will bring it back to council. Is there any comment? I believe we have Mr. Jimenez here tonight. Mr. Jimenez, welcome. Would you like to say anything at this point?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I thank you for the opportunity to serve you, and I look forward to it over the next coming weeks and months and working with you and staff. And I'll be here tomorrow morning.
Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us tonight. That will bring it back to council. Does anyone have any comments or questions at this point?
I would just like to say, and no disrespect to you, Mr. Jimenez, I just wish that the 3 council members here would have gave me the opportunity, as I had requested, to do a council interview with all 5 of us council members, to do an interview with you so that we can, you know, get to know exactly your qualifications. But I wasn't given that opportunity. So I don't agree with the process, how it was handled. But again, this is not no disrespect to you. Okay. I just didn't like the way the process was handled. So with that, you know, I'm just being honest, because I would have liked for all 5 of his council members, and I had a request to do just an hour interview, and I got shut down. So thank you.
Mr. Jimenez, I would echo the comments of my colleague. This has nothing to do with you personally. Could be a great city manager. I do have a problem with the process in which we were not a part of it. And I'm hoping that this will be a positive learning experience for all of us. I'm hoping this will work out. I'm hoping that this council is not bringing you in to do their dirty work. I'm hoping that this will be a team building and a unifying experience. And I did mean that when I said welcome. You know, I'm gonna extend the welcome and give you my best shot, being cooperative, because you know we're all here to work together for the city of Selma. But again, I wasn't a part of this decision, so you know I just wasn't in any position to be part of this and felt excluded from that. City Clerk, do we have anyone who would like to call in tonight and speak on this issue? We actually have, City Clerk, we have someone who would like to come in and speak here.
Hi there, my name is Jim Avalos, address 1701 Danube Avenue. And the reason why I'm here is, Ralph, you know, as a former council member in the past, we never done it this way. This is the first. The issue I have is, you know, back in the past, we didn't have an intern, but now when we created an intern, which was Isaac, when anybody left the city, this intern will take over. And unfortunately, you lost the city manager. The 3 councils let city manager go. Reasons I don't know, but you had an interim already here with the city manager, and then now you turn around and, no disrespect for Ralph over here, you just spent more money to the city of Selma out of taxpayers' dollars but you already have an intern city manager who can address these issues for a search for a new city manager itself. You got to do your diligent work. You know what I mean? If you don't do it, you're not doing the right job. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just calling it like it is, guys. Okay. And I thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to make a comment at this time? City Clerk? Please stand up. Why not?
Perez. I'd like to know why the other one was let go. The other city manager.
So council, as a reminder, the prior city manager submitted her resignation pursuant to an agreement with the city, and I would caution you against commenting on personnel matters any further.
So at this point, you're not going to get any detail because it's personnel and it was on a 3-2 vote.
Okay, I mean,
Whether or
well,
not to accept
usually
that-
people,
that
they're doing their
resignation.
job, and I don't understand why she was let go. But if it costs the city more money, I think you guys are wrong.
Thank you for your comment. Else have anything they would like to ask or comment on at this point? City Clerk, do we have anyone on the phone? City Clerk?
Hi, caller ending in 664. Your line is open. As a reminder to all the callers on the line, please use *9 to raise your virtual hand. For those using Zoom application, please raise your virtual hand. Hi, caller ending in 664. Hi, caller ending in 664. Your line is open. Can you hear us? Hi, Mayor Robertson. We have no other callers on the line other than caller ending in 664 who's still having technical difficulties.
All right, well, maybe that caller will get through by the last agenda item tonight. We'll actually hear from that person. With that, we'll bring it back. Is there a motion or is there any more council comment?
No,
Is
I'd
there
like
a
to make the
motion?
motion to enter an agreement, employment agreement with Ralph Jimenez.
For a second?
I'll second it.
A quick question, if I could, since we have Mr. Jimenez. From what I understand, you can't work for City of Selma forever. Is that correct, Mr. Jimenez? There are certain restrictions on your situation? With retirement or something?
I'm not interested in full-time employment with the city of Selma. I'm here as an interim for whatever period of time it takes to hire a
Was there a limitation for your
no limitation
work with the
on my
county
ability to do that.
previously?
I'm semi-retired. I do professional consulting work, government and in HR. And so contacted to see if I was interested in I'm not seeking to apply for the position on it.
That clarification. Thank you. First and a second. Okay. That we will call the roll. City Clerk, would you call the roll? Oh, shoot.
Apologies, I lost my connection, but that's okay. Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
No.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
No. That will move on to the next item, related item, consideration and selection of recruitment services for city manager position. Report, please.
Mayor, council members, at our last council meeting on June 7th, staff was directed to reach out and get some quotes for recruitment processing firm. We did reach out to 4 different firms. We only received quotes from 2 of them though. Bob Murray and Associates and William Avery's and Associates as well. One of the other firms wasn't able to meet the needs because of the time lane to be able to submit a quote, but the other firm actually completely denied or refused because they just didn't have the staff to get it done. So within this range, cost frame, you're looking about 23,400 to 31,500, depending on the options and additional services council did request. They are similar in scope. I think at this point, if you're able to give us direction for the interim city manager to be able to negotiate the professional services, it's our standard agreement we use for all of our services. That way we can go ahead and execute an agreement with them and we can move this process forward so they can give more formal presentation from the firm that you do select on what that process looks like so you can start having those conversations.
Thank you for that report. Bring that back to council. Do council members have any questions at this point?
No, I actually want to make a motion to table this item because it is authorizing the interim city manager to negotiate. And so since we just approved the interim city manager, he will need a time to review this and move forward. And then he can, look at the different past practice scenarios and review what the firms provide or what the firm provided.
For a second?
I'll second it.
I'll second it.
With that, we have a first and a second. We could have some discussion on the floor. I disagree. We have someone, this has really nothing to do with the interim city manager. This is about the 2 firms that we have here. I just think we're delaying the decision when we shouldn't be. I don't think we should be in this situation in the first place, spending all this additional money for a search firm, but that ship has sailed. But this will just delay the decision even more to get a full-time city manager for the future. Any other council comments? Does anyone here have a comment? Would like to make a comment? City Clerk, do we have anyone on the phone who'd like to make a comment?
As a reminder to the callers on the line, please use *9 to raise your virtual hand. Or if you're using the Zoom application, please raise your virtual hand. Hi, caller ending in 664. Can you hear us okay? We'll try you again.
Come on, we're rooting for you.
Hi, caller ending in 664. Please use *6 to unmute your line. Mayor Robertson, if they still can. Oh. Hi, caller ending in 664. Your line is open. Mayor Robertson, we have no other callers on the line with their hands raised at this time.
With that, we'll bring it back to council. If there are no more comments, questions, I'll ask the city clerk to call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho?
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra?
No.
Councilmember Trujillo?
Yes.
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
Yes.
Mayor Robertson?
No. That will move on to consideration of appointments to various city commissions. We have a report from staff, or do you want me to handle the comments here? Okay, City Clerk?
Mayor Robertson, thank you. Before the City Council, I have, and I am sharing my screen, I have a list of the different commissions that the council oversees and has the discretion to appoint some of the members. Going down the list for Planning Commission, we do have 2 commissioners for planning. We have 2 terms that are expiring. One of our planning commissioners has not submitted his incumbency form, so we have 1 vacancy. We also have Chairman Garcia, who has submitted his incumbency application. The two applications we currently have on file are from Mr. Glenn Nicewander and Ms. Teresa Salas. Moving
City Clerk,
down to
forgive
the,
me, but City Clerk, just one sec. Are we missing a commissioner on the Planning Commission? Is Johnny Gonzalez listed?
oh, my apologies. In the document that I did provide for council and that is in the packet, for some reason, Johnny Gonzalez was not listed, but he is on the Planning Commission and his term expires on June 30th, 2023.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Of course, my apologies. For Recreation and Community Services, which serves on a 2-year term, we do have 3 commissioners that terms expire this month. We had 2 of those commissioners who submitted their incumbency application and 1 that did not. We do have 1 application on file, and that application is from Mrs. Yolanda Torres. Moving on to Personnel Commission, who serves as a 4-year term, we had 3 commissioners whose terms expire the end of this month. All 3 commissioners did submit their incumbency application for council consideration. We also have 3 people who submitted applications for council consideration, and that was from Mr. Marvin Forbes, Ms. Teresa Salas, and Mrs. Yolanda Torres. On the council dais, I did provide for you an application that was received today from Mrs. Victoria Delgadillo, who wishes to have council consider her on the Pioneer Village Commission. The Pioneer Village Commission serves for a 2-year term. We have 2 commissioners that terms expire at the end of this month. One of those commissioners decided not to turn in their incumbency application, and Mrs. Shar Tucker did. Moving on to the Measure S Oversight Committee, whose commission's terms serve as a 3-year term, we had Mrs. Charlotte Tucker, who did reapply, and Mr. Brandon Shoemaker, who also reapplied. The Measure S did have a notice of vacancy that was submitted because we did have 1 commissioner who did vacate their seat before the end of the term. We have 2 applications on file. One is from Mrs. Yolanda Torres and the other is from Mr. Luis Franco. Mayor, that's the end of my report. Council can provide direction on how to move forward.
Thank you for that, City Clerk. Thank you for all your hard work and getting all these names together, getting the applications, keeping the anniversary dates straight, and reminding folks of when they're coming up. And I know I heard from some people who want to make sure that we keep this on the city website, that it's transparent, that everybody knows when these commissions come up, so that everybody has a shot at it. With that being said,
I just have
Ms.
a
Council,
question and a clarification. I'm sorry. Measure P is listed on here, and it says the terms expire 6/30/2021.
Over.
is that it?
The
for
bond,
Measure
the
P?
bond has
There
been,
is, the bond is, okay.
the bond, we're just making payments on the bond now. The funds have been fully exhausted, so there's no reason for them to meet anymore.
So with that, we'll start with the Planning Commission. I think the way we do it with an elected mayor is I bring the names up and then we vote on everybody. Is that how everybody remembers it? Okay, it's been a while. All right, so with that, I will bring up the first, before we do that, did council want to automatically appoint those who are serving and want to reapply and want to serve again? Are we automatically putting them in, or are we voting on
Just
everybody?
Go down and vote everybody that's expired in battle line. I mean, that's the most logical. That's my own opinion.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to just let the people who were already serving, who applied again, the incumbents, just automatically get in? Or do you want to vote on everybody tonight? Whether they're trying to get on for the first time or whether they're an incumbent?
I'd like to give some other people a shot. Yeah, let's vote on it. Okay.
So the incumbents aren't automatically appointed then? So with that, we will start with the Planning Commission. Shall I start with the incumbents? Give them the first shot? Does that make sense? Okay. With that, we'll start with Mr. Greg Garcia, the incumbent who reapplied, who's currently the chair of the Planning Commission. City Clerk, would you call the roll for Mr. Greg Garcia? And we'll go yes, no, right? Okay.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
No.
Councilmember Trujillo,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
No.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Okay. With that, so he is not going to be reappointed. And we'll bring up the first candidate, Mr. Glenn Nicewander. Call the roll, please, City Clerk.
Councilmember Guerra,
No.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
No. Okay, so he is, Mr. Nicewander is appointed to the Planning Commission. That leaves one vacancy, one person who applied, Teresa Salas. City Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Trujillo, I did not
Yes.
hear you. Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
No. Okay, Ms. Salas is appointed to the Planning Commission. And with that, we will move on to Recreation and Community Services. We'll start with the incumbents. Mr. Santiago Oseguera has reapplied. City Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Okay, with that, we have two more. Did Mr. Haro reapply? City Clerk? He did? Okay. With that, we will vote on Mr. Haro. City Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. And one more vacancy with one position, one person applying, Ms. Yolanda Torres. Call the roll, please, City Clerk.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
No.
Councilmember Trujillo,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
No.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. So that position remains vacant. So will you go back out and ask for further applications, City Clerk, for that position?
I will do so.
Thank you. Okay. On to the Personnel Commission. There are three incumbents who reapplied, and three people who applied for positions on Personnel Commission. We'll start with Danny Seremian. Call the roll, please, City Clerk.
Councilmember Guerra,
No.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
No. With that, Mr. Seremian is reappointed to the Personnel Commission. And the next person up the next incumbent is Paula Rogers. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
No.
Councilmember Trujillo,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
No.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Ms. Rogers is not reappointed to the Personnel Commission. And with that, we will move on to the third incumbent, Mr. Glenn Nicewander. Call the roll, please, City Clerk.
Councilmember Guerra,
No.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
No. Okay, Mr. Nicewander is reappointed, leaving one vacancy and 3 applicants. We will start with the first one alphabetically. Mr. Marvin Forbes, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
No.
Councilmember Trujillo,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
No.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Mr. Forbes is not appointed to the Personnel Commission. The next candidate in line alphabetically is Teresa Salas. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Guerra,
No.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
Yes.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
No. And with that, Ms. Salas is appointed to the Personnel Commission. And that leaves all the vacancies, the vacancy and the incumbent full. And with that, we will move on to the Pioneer Village Commission. We have one vacancy. Wait, we have one reapplication from Ms. Shar Tucker. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Guerra,
No.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
No. Ms. Tucker is reappointed. And with that, there is one vacancy with Ms. Victoria Delgadillo as the candidate for that vacant spot. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
No.
Councilmember Trujillo,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
No.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. And Ms. Delgadillo is not appointed to the Pioneer Village Commission, leaving that chair vacant. And we'll move on to the last commission of the evening to be selected, the Measure S Oversight Committee. With 3-year terms, we have one vacancy and 2 positions, as the city clerk indicated, were being reapplied for. And we'll start with the first incumbent, Ms. Charlotte Tucker. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Guerra,
No.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
No. Ms. Tucker is reappointed to the Measure S Oversight Committee. The next incumbent applying for reappointment is Brandon Shoemaker. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Mr. Shoemaker is reappointed, leaving one vacancy with 2 candidates to fill that vacancy. Okay. We'll start with the order listed on the page, which is Yolanda Torres first. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
No.
Councilmember Trujillo,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
No.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Ms. Torres is not appointed. And with that, we'll move on to the second candidate, Mr. Louis Franco. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Guerra,
No.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
No. And with that, Mr. Franco is appointed to the Measure S Oversight Committee. And I know the council thanks everyone for their service, whether you were appointed or not. It's very generous for you to donate your time and your interest in these very important commissions. And we all thank you at the city. And with that, we will move on to our next agenda item. Number 5, consideration, which is a public hearing item, consideration of first reading, introduction, and public hearing on an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Selma amending Title 6, Section 20 of the Selma Municipal Code, granting authority to the Community Services Director to approve the possession and consumption of alcoholic beverages on the grounds of the Pioneer Village or any structure therein.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to present this item. What you have before you is a item that was brought to me by our Community Service Director, Michael Kirchner, that seeks to align the city's current practice at the Pioneer Village with our zoning ordinance, or municipal code, excuse me. Currently, as you might be aware, we do permit alcoholic beverage consumption at Pioneer Village for approved events. Our municipal code, however, does prohibit that unless you're a nonprofit entity. The change to the municipal code that we are proposing would allow the community services director and the police chief to approve alcoholic beverage consumption and to also set conditions on that alcoholic beverage consumption. And it would not be limited to nonprofit organizations at Pioneer Village. This item was recommended for approval by the Pioneer Village Commission back in May, as well as the Planning Commission. And at this time, staff is recommending that the City Council waive the first reading. And Reina, correct me if I get the order incorrect. Hold the public hearing to receive the comments, waive the reading of the ordinance, and read by title only, and introduce ordinance number 2021-1, which amends Title 6, Section 20 of the Selma Municipal Code, granting authority to the Community Services Director to approve the possession and consumption of alcoholic beverages on the grounds of the Pioneer Village or any structure therein.
Thank you for your report, Mr. Community Services Director, Mr. Community Development Director. Thank you. With that, we'll bring it back to council. Do any council members have any comments at this time before I open this up to the public?
The only thing I had a question on was what the past practice was, but you answered my question. So thank you so much.
With that, we'll open the hearing up to the public. City Clerk, would you please see if, well, if anyone would like to come forward at this time, please do so. State whether you're for or against this first reading. Okay, with that, we have no one coming forward. City Clerk, do we have anyone on the line?
Hi to the callers on the line. Please use *9 to raise your virtual hand. Mayor Robertson, we have no callers raising their virtual hand at this time.
Thank you. With that, we'll bring it back to council. I have a question. So really there's really not a lot of difference here because, I mean, I think there have been other organizations that have been having alcohol at Pioneer Village. The ordinances hasn't really caught up with current practice, and we're just kind of clean. This is like cleanup legislation.
That's correct. Yeah, we currently are allowing pretty much anybody to, under approval by our Community Services Director, to consume alcoholic beverages. Right now, we're
I
just
never
kind
vote
of
on it.
bringing
I've
in
never
line.
seen it come in front of the council. Okay. So, but you still have to get your ABC license, right? I mean, that's a necessity.
Council members, I do want to clarify, it wasn't the ordinance of Pioneer Village which the council approved. Remember when the 5-hour limit, you have to stop alcohol for an hour before. You also approved the ordinance where nonprofits can exceed 5 hours with approval. So as our community development director said, this is a cleanup that was overlooked. That was from our previous attorneys. It was just in another section. It's clarified in the Pioneer Village section, but it's basically housekeeping.
Got it. We just had a conflicting ordinance. Okay.
Question, we always require ABC license, and the chief and the city manager both have to sign off on that.
Thank you. Okay, with that, any questions? Okay, could you call the roll, please? City Clerk?
I'll make a motion.
Oh, sorry. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Oh, wait, sorry. I got to close the public hearing. So we're closing the public hearing. Bring it back to council since there is no discussion at this point. I believe we have a motion on the floor from Councilmember Guerra and Councilmember Trujillo with a second. Call the roll, please. Now, finally.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes, with that, we'll move on to our second public hearing item of the night. Public hearing to consider submittal number 2021-0002 and adoption of resolutions approving zone change, vesting tentative subdivision map tract 6244, initiation of Amberwood specific plan annexation, and notice of exemption, public hearing and first reading of ordinance changing zone map. Back to our Community Development Director.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Just really briefly, this is an application that was submitted by Lennar Homes for the Amberwood Specific Plan Phase 1. And our contract city planner with QK, Annalisa Perea, will be making a presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions following that presentation.
And thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of the City Council. Raina can hear me, so I don't get. Raina, can you hear me? All right, so the application before you tonight is 2021, which is 2021-02, which is the annexation pre-zone and vesting tentative subdivision tract map. Have our city here on the line as well, that is Josh Rogers with. So the applicant's request before the City Council tonight is application 21-0002, which is a request by Lennar Homes to annex and pre-zone 94.53 acres from the Amberwood specific plan. The application also includes a request to approve the vesting tentative subdivision map, which contains 270 lots and 2 green. And lastly, a request to approve the notice of exemption, which was prepared to satisfy CEQA requirements. So just a little bit of background as far as location goes. The proposed project is located at the northeast corner of Floral and Dockery Avenue, just south and east of. The entirety of the project area is shown in the red outline portions. However, the vesting tentative subdivision map is shown within the yellow dashed lines, just to kind of give you context of. Because the map that we do have on the right-hand side. So I did include the map on the right-hand side, which shows the entirety of Amberwood specific plan. And then the portion that we're talking about tonight is again outlined in red, the red outline. Provides a little bit of context just to kind of show where we're talking about within the Amberwood specific plan. So the first request is for the annexation and pre-zone of the approximately 94 acres. And the requested pre-zone would be medium density residential Amberwood specific plan, which would allow up to 9 dwelling units per acre. However, this proposal is proposing 5.73 dwelling units per acre. So it is in conformance with what is allowed within the specific plan. And then the next request is for approval of the vesting tentative subdivision map, which is tract 6244. And we'll go into a little bit more detail about this a little bit later, but the lot sizes and densities that are proposed as part of tract 6244 are in conformance with the proposed pre-zone. So we did host a community meeting. I think this was as part of the Planning Commission's recommendation for approval. They also requested that the applicant work with the community just to address some of their concerns.
And Lisa, yes, the Planning Commission, when they approved the recommendation to the City Council for this project, they requested that staff and the applicant Lennar meet with the residents along Dockery Avenue to address some of the concerns that were expressed during the Planning Commission meeting, primarily with regard to traffic along Dockery Avenue, because originally the plan called for Dockery Avenue to not have a through street that it essentially would connect to Orange. And the concern there was that that would generate too much traffic for the residents along Dockery, primarily the cul-de-sacs, Maple and Betty Lane, I believe. And so we met with the residents on June 10th with Lennar. Mr. Bob Allen from the chamber, who lives in that neighborhood, was able to notify his neighbors of that meeting. And so we had about 15 or 20 people here at City Hall meeting with the applicant. And the applicant was able to reach a very a positive negotiation with the residents that would close off Dockery as was originally proposed in the one of the very first versions of the specific plan. So now there will not be access into the development along Dockery or out of the development. So people would have to come out of the development along that little street called B Street, and then the street on the south side of that, on the bottom of that map, is Orange. So it would be connecting the project to Orange Street, but people would not be able to turn onto Dockery to get on Floral from Dockery. So that was something that Lennar was able to accommodate. And then one of the other concerns that the Planning Commission directed us to address or to speak with the community about was the sizes of the homes that would be built along Dockery Avenue. One of the concerns was, the neighborhood is basically built with large homes, 2,000, 2,500, 3,000 square foot homes. The concern was with the size of the lots that there would be really small homes built along Dockery Avenue, which could potentially, from the perspective of the residents, reduce the property values of the existing residents. We were able to meet with, to discuss with Lennar their intended floor plans. And so the range of the homes that would be built along that Dockery Avenue stretch would range anywhere from 1,400 to up to 3,000 square feet. Primarily that would be dependent on the buyers and what the specific homeowners would request. But there's also a variation of single-story homes and two-story homes with those floor plans. And in your packet, you can see some elevations for that specific model of home. So that was something that was also discussed, and I think there was generally a better feeling about what kind of homes and the floor plans that would be built along Dockery Avenue. One of the concerns was also the two-story homes, whether folks in the two-story homes in the new development would be able to look into other folks' backyard across the street along Dockery, and that was there's a potential for that, but there's not going to be that many homes along Dockery that are two-story. It just really depends. So overall, that community meeting was very positive, and I think everyone who was in the room walked away that night feeling like, there was some good compromises and generally supportive of the solutions that were reached. So I'll give it back to Annalisa. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, before you is the conceptual landscape plan, where we start to see a little bit more of the proposed open park spaces. You do see one on the west-hand side towards the western end entrance, located centrally within. And the applicant did provide some conceptual landscape renderings of this 2-acre park, and this will be maintained by the city through an LLC. As Fernando was saying, so we have 3 different home types. We have the California series, the Coronet, and the Clementine. And so you can see where the applicant is proposing to locate those home models within those 274 lots. As Fernando also mentioned, those plans are within your staff report, and we did receive a few extra ones from the applicant just prior to this meeting, so we can definitely share those with you guys as well.
No, we don't have those printed out. Those came in today, right before the council meeting.
But we got elevations for one of the models for the Clementine, but we didn't get them for the Cornet and the American. Is that what you're saying just came in today?
Yeah, right before the council meeting, but we can distribute them to the council and make them available on the website as well.
What are the price ranges on these homes?
No, we couldn't get a firm number from Lennar. I think it really just depends on the market at the time that they're built.
What's the timeline for development and construction?
Yeah, so the first thing that's gonna be built is gonna be the sewer trunk line, which is gonna be an extensive project. And I think they're hoping to start that construction before the end of the year. Once that's in and all the offsites have started, then they want to start building the home sites as well, hopefully early next year, but that's just a tentative timeline. Circulation, Annalisa. So one of the studies that was done for this project, for this specific phase of the Amberwood specific plan, was a traffic impact study along Floral Avenue, which is the thoroughfare that's going to be the most impacted by this first phase. And certainly some of the comments that we got during the Planning Commission meeting had concerns about how much additional traffic would be placed on Floral as a result of the project. And so the traffic impact study called for making Floral in that area west of Dockery Avenue a 4-lane street. And the way that they would do that is not by acquiring additional right-of-way or taking any additional property, but by restriping Floral to remove the on-street parking that currently exists there and just making it a 4-lane road. So that's right now what the traffic impact study is calling for. Our city engineer and staff are looking at alternatives that would allow the residents along Floral to keep their on-street parking while still maintaining a maximum level of service that is equal to what is there right now, if not better. And some of the ways that we're looking at that is by restriping to put in a 2-way left turn lane down the middle so that people still have access into their driveways from a middle left turn lane. You know, a lot of people refer to 2-way left turn lane as a suicide lane. I think if you can kind of picture what that looks like, you'll have people making left turns going both directions on Floral, and it would also allow for a left turn pocket along Dockery next to a through lane going east on Floral, which would allow people to get into a left turn lane without blocking the people behind them when they're trying to make a left turn. So there's different things that we're playing with, and we have our city engineer with Yamabi and Horn on the line right now, who can answer any questions about some of the things that we're looking at. Right now, we haven't really vetted all those alternatives yet to make sure that they meet the level of mitigation that was called out for in the traffic impact study, but that's going to be something that we look at the staff level to determine what's going to provide the best flow of traffic while providing a high level of service for the residents along Floral Avenue. So what we're looking at here is Orange Avenue, and the street going north-south is Floral Avenue. You can see that we have some conceptual drawings about where the left turn lanes, where the right turn pockets would be. Again, this is what's called out for in the traffic impact study, but this could be subject to change if we can come up with some better alternatives. One of the things I didn't mention about the circulation is that east of Dockery, along Floral, where the main entrance to the Lennar development will be, there's going to be a median. So Floral will be expanded pretty significantly on east of Dockery. There's going to be a median there, and that will be 4 lanes. And so the Lennar is actually going to improve the north side. So they're going to put in 2 lanes on the north side of Floral, and then put in the median on Floral, and then develop 1 additional lane on the south side of the median along Floral. So, and it's kind of hard to picture right now with just me talking about it. But can you go to the cross section? I think it might be a little easier to call this out. anyway, Lennar is planning on making some very significant. So here's the cross section. I know it's kind of hard to make out that drawing on the bottom there, but you can kind of see the median on the very bottom image there. The part on the left hand side is the northbound, the north side of Floral, and the part on the right hand side is the south side of Floral, and in the middle there is the median. So that's going to be something that's going to be put in with this development as part of the first phase of the specific plan. But I'll go ahead and let Annalisa continue with her presentation, and then we'd be happy to answer additional questions. Oh, Josh, did you want to add anything to what I said about the circulation?
Sure. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Josh Rogers, as was introduced with engineering. Yeah, so basically the traffic impact study identified that the level of service drop that would be projected with the project is primarily at the intersection of Orange Avenue and Floral Avenue. It's not necessarily that Floral Avenue carries enough traffic to need 4 lanes. It's just that the recommendations are to put 2 lanes through in each direction, east-west, and combine those with left and right turn lanes. So by doing that, you've basically created the need to convert that segment to a 4-lane road. But it's primarily all for the turning movements at Orange Avenue. So as Fernando said, the undesirable component there is the loss of on-street parking for those folks that live along there, and that's obviously a concern. And the 2-way left turn lane that's being considered in addition to on Floral, in addition to being able to maintain the parking, would also create a refuge for left turns in and out of driveways, as kind of was stated. But it's you would have, if we do have to go with the recommendations of the traffic impact study, that will carry the traffic. It'll just result in a very short section of 4-lane roadway that's kind of sandwiched by 2-lane roads on either side. So just because of this intersection at Orange Avenue. So that's why engineering staff is looking at these potential alternatives to still carry the traffic, still keep the level of service up, but kind of balance that with the needs of the
Excuse me
residents
for
there.
interrupting. Would it go to, so the 4 lanes would start at Floral?
At
It would start
E
Floral
Street?
and Dockery and terminate as you go west at Orange, or would it go farther than that?
It'd have to go to E Street, because if you need to now put 2 through lanes in each direction at the Orange Avenue intersection, you have to basically carry that back to E Street, and then it would neck back down to the existing geometrics, which is just a 2-lane road. So this slide up here right now is the alternative that's being considered, which is to start a dedicated left turn lane and pocket at the East Street intersection and carry that all the way through Dockery, and then line up with that median island that Lennar is planning to build with their subdivision. So yeah, East Street to Dockery is where you would have to put 4 lanes. As the traffic impact study designates. But again, that's
Is
trying to
there
see
a
if we can make
stoplight envisioned at Dockery and Floral?
traffic signal warrants were conducted for all the intersections. And just so you know, the level of this study went from Delray Avenue all the way to 99 and analyzed all the impacts associated with this project. So it's a pretty large study. But basically, no warrants were met at this point to justify the installation of traffic signals. So those aren't recommended for the foreseeable future based on the traffic.
So if there's going to be no output to Dockery, how's the traffic going to get out? Where's it going to go? Is it going to go to B Street from the one you labeled as L or something, L Street within the diagram? Is that the only outlet?
There's if you can go back, Annalisa, to the overall, showing the whole subdivision. Oh. Yeah, so there was a B Street out to Orange, I believe. And then you've got Floral. and go back
So
to
there's
the
a cut
lotting.
through to Orange, and that
Yeah,
you would
so-
have to go to Orange to get back to go to Floral if you wanted to get on 99. Is that right? You'd have to go out in the morning, go to work.
So you can access Floral from the south or Orange from the west to the subdivision, and then the street being built along the eastern boundary will then be continued on as the project continues to the north.
So the street on the easternmost boundary there will continue up to what would be the Nelson alignment and then eventually up to Dinuba. But yeah, there's 3 access points. So that little B street going out to Orange, where the residents would turn left and go down to Floral from there. And then there's an exit on Floral as well. And then the L Street S point as well. 3 access points, correct?
But if you want to go the other way instead of Floral, how are you going to go the other way? How are you going to go south?
If you wanted to go south, I'm sorry, I didn't understand your
If you
question.
want to go south, if you're going south in the morning from your home, how do you
Oh yeah, you would
back on Dockery to go south?
Floral to Dockery, yeah.
Go ahead, Josh. I'm sorry.
Oh, I said Floral, you go out to Floral, and then to Dockery or out to Orange and then
There's
down
a
to
direct
Floral.
outlet then to Dockery.
Correct.
Okay. But that's on the other side. So the 270, how, in terms of the timeline, we see it might start in 2022. How long are there's only one phase. So is there a timeline for how
Full
long?
build out?
Full build out.
No, they haven't given us that timeline yet. I think it really just depends on how quickly they can sell the homes, and as they sell them, they build them. And a lot of it depends on how long the offsite improvements are going to take as well. There's pretty extensive offsites, primarily the sewer, and as you can see, the road improvements. So, and some of those they can do simultaneously, but it's going to be a pretty lengthy project.
Have they said which models are going to go in first? It's going to be the Cornet, American, Clementine. Have they mentioned the order?
Oh, and I think Lennar is on the line as well, and their consultant, Arakel. I don't know if you were able to answer any of those questions, Arakel.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Ara Kelarisian. I'm with the Arisian Group. My business address is 389 Clovis Avenue in Clovis. And to answer Fernando's question, I think we discussed it briefly at the neighborhood meeting. It is designed as one project. I don't have the particulars as to the order of the specific homes within the neighborhood. But I do know that the Lennar staff expressed the desire to move forward with the project. And I believe Jeff Calloway with Lennar Homes is actually on the call as well. He may have more current information, but as of our last conversation, it was just moving the project forward as quickly as possible, going through the annexation process, and then, as Fernando has said, working on the infrastructures.
Thank you, Arakel.
Was there anything you wanted to add?
Sorry, Annalisa, was that a question for me? I couldn't hear you very well.
Yeah, no, was just asking if there was anything else you wanted to add.
I don't have anything further, but if anybody has any questions or needs any clarification, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay. Sorry, Josh. I was asking Jeff from Lennar Homes.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. You were fading in and out. But yeah, we're good.
Are there any additional questions on circulation?
Questions? We're talking about the roads. Is that the Lennar rep on the phone, on the line?
Yes.
Any idea on the order of the models as they're going to come in? The price point at this point, the projected price point?
We don't have a price point right now because all the commodities to build these homes is in such flux right now with shortages, and we're we can't pinpoint that down this early. We hope to be building, sticks in the air by the, first part of next year. Once we get the sewer in and get all the infrastructure in place.
Mando, I have a quick question. When will we be able to see the series for the home sites and the California series and the Cornet series?
The elevations, we have those via email. Annalisa's going to try to pull them up and share them on her screen. We
Okay.
have those. We just weren't able to distribute them before the meeting, but we can pull those up.
One of the questions I know I had was, the concern was the lot size. There were some people who had expressed very serious concerns about the lot size, and the small goes from like 3,000 to 13, 14,000. Is there any way we could get an idea of the distribution of the lot size? Is that available?
Yeah, the tentative map that you'll be approving has the lot sizes on there. The floor plans are a little different than the lot sizes, but it really, and I think I would defer to Lennar about how they're going to determine which floor plan on each lot size. But we do, the lot sizes are indicated, and they range from about 4,000, give or take 5 square feet, to up to, I think the largest lot is in the 13,000 square foot range.
What's the distribution on that? Is it like every 3, every 4 homes? It looks like there are a lot of models here.
Jeff, do you have some insight into that?
If you go back to the colored tentative map, it shows the layout, the distribution of which models, which series we're putting where on
I'm
the.
looking at the yellow. I don't see the square footage of the lots.
No, I think he's talking about this one, but we can't
Oh,
read
this
it.
one, okay.
There's a landscaping map, and then there's the track map. Yeah.
Yeah, there's.
Can you
saw
pull
two
that
in
up?
the movie. I think if you go to the map, keep going down to the past the landscape map, but to the tentative map that has colors on it.
Thank you.
It kind of shows the layout.
PowerPoint's catching up with me. Just a second.
I think maybe it would be easier if we asked about the color coordination.
Keep
Orange
going. Yeah,
color.
there we go. That's it.
Okay, there you go.
Right there.
So,
The most of the lots along Dockery on the east side are around the 4,000 square foot, but some of the larger lots are along the northern boundary, close to the middle school. You're going to have your California series home sites up there, and some of those floor plans, I believe, go up to over 3,000 square feet. So there's a good distribution of home sites throughout the development.
as her point, at the bottom, what are those? I mean, because these are just so hard to read.
The ones,
Yes,
that's the California series.
okay.
But that doesn't necessarily mean a particular lot size.
Not necessarily. So the ones that are shown in that shade of yellow, I see some 6,000, some 5,000s,
It varies.
1,000 square foot. So it fluctuates from about 5,000 up to 1,000.
So the bigger ones are along floral there, because the yellow
Bigger
looks like
ones up
floral,
here.
right? That's floral.
Those are the smaller ones. Those range from 5 to 8, right?
Over to the east of the park there's some larger lots there as well. And those are the Coronet series home sites.
Yes,
The park is right in the
Can I
middle.
just go point and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
we can take notes? Okay, let's do it again. Okay. Okay, these are the larger lots, okay?
Those are the
Up
cornet
there- Up
lots.
here on the top.
Yeah, those are
One
cornet.
towards
They
Abraham Lincoln
range,
are the larger
Yeah.
ones, the north.
And then the ones in orange, we said those were,
those are the Clementine.
and then those lots range from
They're about
what,
4,000.
34. I mean, 39, 90.
4,000 to 6,000 square feet.
Okay.
When would the park be going in? Simultaneous with the first phase or the first 50, 60 homes?
Jeff, do you have a timeline as far as the park? At what point that would be built?
Yeah, it's gonna go, we're gonna start on the whole, this is all one phase map, and we're gonna be doing the park simultaneously with the homes.
This is a public hearing. So if anyone would like, we'd like to open the public hearing.
I think
Are we
Annalisa
done
might
with the-
still have a few
are you done with
slides
your
on her
presentation?
Well, I
presentation.
wanted to
Few more
see those
slides.
homes, yeah.
And did you guys want to see the homes as well?
Yes, please.
Sure.
Quickly finish this. Briefly go over utilities. So this project would be served by Cal Water. The wastewater would be collected in the community-wide sanitary system. Stormwater for this phase of the project would be collected through the city's existing system. However, at full build out of the specific plan, stormwater will eventually be collected and detained on site from a future storm drainage system that's out within the specific plan. So sewage treatment and disposal would occur at the SKF sewage treatment plant. And as part of the project, the applicant would be constructing a pipeline that would extend from Golden State and connect to up to the project area to serve. As far as CEQA goes, for compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, the proposed project was analyzed and found to be consistent with the specific plan. It was reviewed under the EIR and found to be consistent with no additional environmental evaluation required. And then we did list the findings for approval in the staff report, and I won't go into those into any detail unless anyone has any questions about those. But the recommendation tonight is from the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission voted to recommend that the City Council approve application number 20. The proposed annexation, pre-zone, vesting, tentative subdivision, along with the findings, conditions of approval, and notice of exemption. I can go to, if you want to see more of the home plans. So this before you is one of the California series plans.
What's that lot size?
It'll vary.
It will vary depending on who purchases the home and which lot they choose.
What's the floor plan square footage?
It looks like the same home, just different materials.
The Californias range from like 1,600 to 2,200 square feet.
Another example from the California series. Or coronets. We didn't have the color renderings. Maybe that was also sent to me and I just don't have it up. But I'm pretty sure this is what we have for coronet, which I will show you the elevations starting. So plan 4021. You can kind of start to see what the elevations of those would look like. That's for one. Another plan. Arakel, did you send me colored elevation renderings for these?
I'm checking right now to see. Give me 1 second.
This series ranges from 1,800 square feet up to about 3,250 square feet.
So that lot, that'd probably be a pretty big lot, the 3,200 square foot.
Down to 13 at least.
Well, they are 2-story, so their footprint doesn't take up 3,200 square feet of the lot.
Stories, Jeff. All right, how many are 2 stories? Is a percentage of the 270?
It depends on what the buyers want. I mean, typically, you'll feather out maybe half and half, depending on how the sales go for what kind of house.
Move on to Clementine while we're waiting to hear back from Arakel. So let me zoom in here. There are some renderings from Clementine.
And this series ranges from about 1,460 square feet to 2,100 square feet.
And at least I don't see it. I'm trying to track it down from another spot, but I don't think it was in that email.
Okay.
We could certainly find one and turn it around for you.
If I have a quick question, on some of the floor plans, it lists a flex room. What's a flex room?
That's our everything included room, where it's kind of like a mother-in-law setup type of home,
Okay,
where it has like a separate little kitchenette and a separate entry to a little it's like a studio onto the house.
okay. A little studio. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And is this now exempt from CEQA? So it's gone beyond the environmental, it's through all phases?
We are filing a notice of exemption for this one, and it's because it was in conformance with the already approved EIR. So all the environmental analysis has been completed for this. So this is simply just implementing what was already approved as part of the overall specific plan project, but back in 2015.
That's correct.
When the construction begins, will there be another environmental phase that has to commence? No.
We'll have to have mitigation monitoring based on what the EIR called for, but there won't be additional studies that are done.
Okay. Good. Are you done? Okay, with that, we will open the public hearing. Would anyone from the public like to make a comment tonight?
Paula, 1701 Danube Avenue. In the staff report says that Amberwood specific plan designated that neighborhood as low density residential. And now it's being rezoned to medium density. You're looking at 270 houses. I know we need houses in Selma, but I don't think we need them all piled up in one spot all at once. Orange Avenue is bad traffic right now. If you're on Floral and Orange, when the kids get out of school, you are in for a wait. So having a four-way stop there and having 270 people trying to get in and out of there with only 3 egresses out of that whole gigantic mess of houses, I just see a lot more problems for our traffic situation. I mean, you go down Danube and McCall at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and you've got a 20 to 30 minute wait just to get through that four-way stop. And I see more of that happening at Orange and Floral with this many houses going in. If it was, low density, which means we'd have less houses, maybe that might work, but medium density, 270 houses is a lot of houses, and you're going to build them all at once. It's not going to be sections at a time. He's saying that he's going to build them all at once. So yes, we're going to sell the houses. They're selling like hotcakes everywhere. They're going to get full right away. And so unless you address the circulation through that area better than what they're saying now, you guys are looking at a big mess. And once it's built, you can't change it. You can't fix it. Right now, when it's on paper, you can make some changes. You can require different things. I don't know how the police chief feels about it or the fire chief feels about it, but that's a lot of houses. And how are they going to get in and out with police cars and fire trucks if need be? I just see a big mess happening, and I'd like to see it straighten out before the building starts. Thank you.
I'm Kelly Jones, 1300 Floral, in the corner of Floral and Dockery. Currently the old Grindle home, so that would be the northwest side, I guess. Anyhow, I was at are part of all of these meetings. I was here with the Lennar Group. I was here on the Zoom call for the Planning Commission. And what I keep hearing is a lot of information, but not saying a whole lot of things, which is how are you addressing, which this lady just got through talking about, is our traffic flow. We all know, those of us who live in Floral or on Floral, that it is a mess as it stands right here, right now. I'm on the corner, so I hear cars slamming on brakes. I hear cars coming, speeding from the canal forward, coming back. It's a thoroughfare. And how are you going to keep that from happening? How are you going to do that? I get that you want to make this a 4-laner. I don't think that's going to solve any part of this at all, or making these left-hand turn lanes so that people can get in and out of their driveways, or removing parking on the street. As it is, when you travel down Floral, you have it wide, narrow, wide, narrow, wide, narrow, all the way to the freeway. Again, how are you going to address all the people, 270 homes with only 1 car? No, no, no. We know it's going to be at least 2 cars per family, at least. And the majority of those people are going to be going to work. So all of them have to traverse down Floral to get to the old 99 or the new 99, right? How are they going to get on? How are they going to get off? How are they going to come home? As we heard, Dinuba is a mess, Manning's a mess. You can't go down, the 99 and get off on Rose because you've got all that mess going on right now. How are you going to address these issues? I mean, the whole thing encompasses just so much. And I am appreciative of them blocking off Dockery. I agree that that needs to be closed off. I don't have an answer for police and fire to get in and out of there, but that short little street is not the answer to allow people to come in and out of that new subdivision. 270 cars or such not coming through right there. No, not an answer. This was already addressed once before, or actually twice before, because they talked about this back in, I believe, 2008. And then again in 2015, this plan was done for Amberwood.
Very much for your comments. Appreciate it.
Hi, Kathy Alatorre, 1327 Betty Lane. I live in one of the cul-de-sacs on that plan. And I've been there about 15 years. And just like my neighbors, they've probably been there a lot longer than I have. And I'm gonna suggest, and I know Selma has to grow. I get it. We understand that. But you really need to think about your decision because it's gonna affect our lives. If you're not familiar with that area and Floral, I suggest you go down there. Go to Floral and Dockery and imagine what those homes are going to look like and the traffic. And if you're on Floral, it takes me, I work at Quinn, it takes me 5 minutes to get to work. 5 minutes. Okay. With this, it's probably going to take me half hour, 45 minutes. Now, when school's in, you've got kids walking on Orange on that ditch road to the junior high, all directions. You passed Orange, then you're going to come up to the elementary school. You've got the lady with the stop sign, getting the kids across the street, the crossing guard, excuse me. Okay, so now if she puts the stop sign up, we all stop. That traffic is going to be backed up all the way, probably halfway to Orange. So you have to think about that. Kids are out there walking, people are trying to get to work, they're going to speed, and it's going to be a mess. So all I can say is just please think about this before you do it. I mean, like I said, we all understand Selma's got to grow, but your decision is going to affect our lives and these kids. So like I said, if you haven't been in the area, go down there and just imagine what that area is going to look like.
For that.
Okay,
Appreciate your comment.
thank you.
Now you're up.
Jim Avalos, once again, 1701 Dinuba. On this project here on Amberwood project, very good. Lennar Group, very talented group in building houses and their subdivisions. They address some of these issues that we were talking about earlier. Because, when you look at Lennar Group, they're very talented quality homes. And I get a little history of Seremian family. The Seremian family, Don and his brother, created this community with Prudence. Now they want to get back to the community as far as housing, for their community. And their job is to create quality homes. That's a Seremian family. And they got, Don passed away and his brother passed away, but at least the family is now carrying the legacy to follow the dreams of the family. And I think Danny's here. He's one of the members of the family here. And as far as all I got to say, these designs right now, when you look at them, right now they look kind of, unless you know how to read designs in engineering, but these designs are actually very, very good. Actually taking care of some arterial roads outside the area, going out it. We're going to have Dinuba, we're going to have Amberwood Road off of Amberwood, and we're going to have also a little florals, in the cities, in all cities, we always have issues because little towns, when they start building out, the city council will address these issues. And the engineering department will address issues on this. And the Lennar Group, already, I know they're addressing these issues as far as these roads, okay? As far as the city, these homes, 270 homes in a community of Selma, that'll help the revenue of business people who live in our community tax base. And not only our business people, but our schools as well, quality of schools, get right now, the schools kind of in debt right now. So these things will help alleviate some of these issues in our community. And as far as public safety, this will generate public safety and law enforcement and also the fire. And trust me, guys, and if you want the city of Selma to grow, this is the way to go. This has been on the books for a while. When I first came on the council, they had a vision, and the family is carrying out the vision because they live in this community and they want to get back to the community. And this is the way they can get back to the community. I thank you very much for this.
Thank you for your comments. Does anyone else have any comments they'd like to make during this public hearing? City Clerk, do we have anyone on the line who would like to make a comment?
A caller ending in 664, your line is open. A reminder, please use app. Hi, caller ending in 664, your line is open.
Yes, thank you. This is Victoria Delgadillo, 2029 Elton Street, Selma, California. This is really exciting to see 270 homes being built in our city because, yes, it's good for the community to grow. However, our city high school, Selma High, has been losing over 100 students. The district as a whole has been losing over 100 students every single school year. And where are these students going to? Why are they leaving this city? Those are really important questions that I believe need to be addressed. Secondly, when I am seeing these very large homes and some that are conservative, that tells me that there is in fact a mix, and that's pretty important. However, the income of our city is $33,000. $33,000 a year. So I'm wondering, who are the people that are going to be able to afford these homes? And we have to remember, over 90% of our population of students is on free lunch. So that tells me that they do not make the amount of money necessary to pay mortgages for these homes. So, I mean, it's delightful, wonderful that we want to have these beautiful homes and that we want to grow, but we have to really be realistic and think about, do we need that many houses? I think we need low-income housing more than we would need development of homes with 3,000 square feet, because that does not meet the population's needs in our city. I think that it's marvelous that we want to grow. And I admire the Ceremians. They were one of my first bosses, Vaughn and Don. They hired me at Savon's restaurant.
Thanks very much, Ms.
washing dishes
Delgadillo. We're glad
at
you got through.
14 years old.
All right, thank you very
you.
much. We have to move on. Thank you. City Clerk, anybody else on the line?
Hello.
This is Sarah. Hi, your line is open.
Hi, I have some questions as where is there an area where the Lennar's building where we can look at some houses that are similarly built to the ones that they're talking about? We're in Fresno. Could we go look? Also, landscaping, we're in a water drought right now, so what is the landscaping gonna look like? And I also agree with the roads. The roads, as far as the four-way lane goes, I just don't see it. There's even a ditch in the way. I don't see how you're gonna widen it. It's gonna be really hard for people to get through. So please consider all those things, water drought, landscape. And I'd like to know where I could go to see those Lennar homes that they're considering building.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fernando, do we have any, some of them said Clovis?
Yes,
Clementines?
Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's a couple of new developments in Clovis or northeast Fresno that currently have some of these models being built.
That's correct. We have a project called Fancher Creek that's out at Fowler and Kings Canyon. It's just north of Kings Canyon on Fowler. That project has these, and we also have a project in Clovis that we're doing now called Heritage Grove. It's on Shepherd and Sunnyside, and we're building the same models there.
Thank you.
City Clerk, do we have any additional callers?
Mr. Jones, your line is open.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, City Council members. Hopefully you have all received my concerns in writing. I don't want to go through each and every one of them again over this call, but hopefully you have considered everything that I pointed out there. My majority of concerns, of course, we're all concerned on Dockery as to it being dead-ended. We appreciate the developer and the city listening to that. The concern that hasn't been addressed is lot density. This is not, and we keep hearing that this is Amberwood. This is not the Amberwood development. This has been redesigned for a much denser capacity. If you look at those lot sizes, I'm hearing that they're 4,000 to 13,000. There's probably 13,000 or somewhere in that neighborhood lots. The rest of them would be difficult to push past 6,000 square feet. So the density is very large, and they've done that to maximize how many homes you can build in the acreage that's available. So they're maximizing their profit. The other thing I've heard is that there's no minimum of how many homes will be put in at certain square footages. So they've already maximized the square footage of the lots. Now it's just based on whoever wants to buy a house. Well, if everybody buys the smallest house, are they going to be allowed that that's what you can put out there? So I think there should be, first off, an adjustment to the lot sizes. And I think there should be something set up to where houses have to be a certain percentage of that area used up with the larger homes and the smaller homes, mixing it up versus Lennar deciding by whoever wants to buy the home based on their size. Like I said, I don't want to go through all the other things, city fire, police, sewer, power, everything gets affected. This is a huge decision for the city. I hope you guys take time, study this before approving it through. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Tonight is the first reading, is that correct?
Right, we will be recommending you approve the annexation, the pre-zone, the tentative map, and it would be first reading.
So the map would not come back to the council. We would just, the final map will be recorded after the developer meets the improvement conditions. But what would be the first reading would be the pre-zoning of the property, but not the map itself.
So the map's not going to change. The lot sizes aren't going to change. The density is not going to change. What's going to come back to the council? Zoning?
Yeah, the zoning, when that zoning gets changed to align with the city's current zoning, that will come back. But the annexation still has to go to LAFCO and Fresno County for approval. But that won't come back to the city council. And like I mentioned before, the map, if it's approved today, it will basically be a ministerial approval after that, which means the staff will be able to just verify the conditions are met and then record it with Fresno County.
Shot at this.
I just have a quick question, Annalise. I'm just concerned about the larger lot size. I'm not, I just can't tell, but I want to hope that there's not only 5 lot sizes that are the size of 13,500. I want to hope that there's quite a bit more.
Which map are you looking at?
Well, isn't this the new one that you guys?
Question was,
Oh, just what the caller just mentioned, that there's only 5 lot sizes that are 13.5.
are we talking lot sizes or home?
Lot sizes, the lot sizes.
Arakel, do you have a breakdown readily available showing lot sizes over, let's say, 6,000 square feet?
You know, I'm just looking at the map here, trying to do a rough math, looking at the different lot sizes, because there are only a few that are at that large 13,000, but there are a number that are 7, 8,000, 9,000 square feet. So I think, you know, the idea here with the mix of densities is to be able to provide variety and a wide range of both lot sizes, but also a wide range of home sizes as well. And I think that variety, and in our conversations at the public hearing, you know, Lennar staff was able to express that for the most part, there is, you see the market and the buyers picking a variety. They have not encountered where it's all one home type, and that has not occurred. So I think the way that this neighborhood is designed is to have that variety and to have those variety of lot sizes. So I think the thresholds and the overall density is the target that we're working towards. And, you know, as we all know, keeping that flexibility and having that variety is very important and will allow the project to move forward successfully. So.
And if I may add also, thank you for that, Arakel. Just to put it into context, this development with the overall specific plan. So the Amberwood specific plan calls for a full build out of about 2,600 homes. These 270 homes would be basically 1/10 of that overall project. But at full build out, the whole development will be required to meet the densities that are called out in the specific plan. So this project may or may not be, may not match the exact density that's called out for the overall specific plan, but future phases will have to balance this density out to get the density that was approved in the specific plan. I hope that makes sense. You know, this is just a small portion. And if you, Annalisa, can you go back to the annexation exhibit, please? I think that's slide 4. So you'll notice that the northeast portion that's being annexed there to the east of the middle school, that is intended to be the second phase of the Amberwood specific plan. There's no project planned currently, but it's being annexed as part of this annexation so that it can be ready to go. And then we would just need to review a tentative map, bring it back to city council like we did for this map. But you know, it's there is a hope that those additional homes will be built in phase 2 and that the densities will reflect a balancing out of the densities that are required by the specific plan overall, the 2,600 home sites that were called out for.
2,600 that will be built by Lennar.
not by Lennar. So Lennar is only one of the builders. Any other builder could come in and say, we want to build this other phase and we want to build these types of homes. But overall, at the end of the day, when the full thing is built out, it has to meet a specific density requirement and no less than that.
Fortunately, the way stoplights work is if there are accidents there, that justifies a stoplight. You know, so hopefully we won't need one there, but that's when you get that, right? Traffic study.
Absolutely. And thank you for bringing that up. And one thing that wasn't mentioned, so the traffic impact study was done for this phase specifically. Any future phase will be studied through a traffic impact study specifically for that phase. So it will take into account all the previous phases that were built and the cumulative effects of any future traffic that's added. So yeah, every phase will have its own traffic impact
Won't be
study.
frozen without a stoplight at this point. That could be part of a future development.
Correct.
Okay, any additional callers, City Clerk?
Yes, we have one other caller. Caller ending in 927, your line is open.
Hello?
Hi, caller. Hi, caller. Can you hear us okay?
Yes. My name is Dennis Hall. I live at 2895 East Street. And sitting here watching this council meeting, all I can see is a big, nasty traffic problem. You're going to have 270 homes built in that small little area. Let's just say that each family has 2 cars. That's 540 cars. Like some of the other neighbors have said, kids going back and forth to school, that kind of thing. The traffic that we have here now is ridiculous. Sometimes we have to back out from our driveway onto Floral Avenue. So sometimes we have to sit there and wait for 7, 8, 9 cars to pass through, where 10 years ago that didn't happen. But it's going to happen now, and it's only going to get worse if this development is approved. I think it's there's too many homes. There's going to be too many people, too much traffic, too much danger for the kids going to school at Roosevelt and at Abraham Lincoln Middle School. So I'm just, I'm just asking the council to really think about what they're going to do with this. I mean, Jim Avalos got up there and talked about bringing money into the community. Is it going to be worth it? I don't think so. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dennis. Are there any other callers who would like to weigh in on this topic tonight?
Mayor Robertson, I do see Mrs. Delgadillo with her hand raised. Again,
Didn't
did you
we
want to
already
give
hear
her
from
that
Ms. Delgadillo on this topic?
We did.
Yeah. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to do a double shot on this topic since the evening is late already, and this is a public hearing item. So with that, do we have anyone else who would like to make a comment who hasn't already spoken on this topic?
We have no other callers on the line with their hands raised at the moment.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll bring the topic back. We will close the public meeting and bring the item back to the council.
Mayor and council, now that the public hearing's closed, if I could make a comment in line with what Fernando was just talking about as far as density. So if council's inclined to look at changing the density, I highly recommend a discussion regarding the Housing Crisis Act of 2019 and our firm looking at that act in relation to this project. If you're going to change density and not make up the density later on in other developments. So it's just my recommendation.
Oh, are you referring to the regional housing needs?
No, not the RENA numbers. It's different. It's the Housing Crisis Act of 2019. Specific findings would need to be made for denial of this project, as well as the changing of density if you're not going to make up the density later on, as Fernando was talking about. And so that would be a discussion for another meeting, but I just wanted to put that out there before anyone makes a motion or takes a vote.
But what I can say is my own experience and 2 council members, we were behind on our RENA numbers, our regional housing needs allocation numbers. from a 2006 housing element that we never made up. And the city almost lost SB1 money. We almost lost some pretty big grant money as a result that the governor had, you know, the mayors from these cities, the 45 cities that weren't in compliance, if you guys remember that, in February, and threatened us all with legal action because we didn't have enough housing density in Selma. And all indications are he's not done. You know, he wants more density, and whoever comes in after him is probably going to want more density too, and more construction. So there's that argument to take into account that Selma, you know, there are benefits to density as well, just in terms of compliance with the state. In terms of what the city attorney is talking about, I think that's another discussion.
It is another
If the council
discussion.
wants to change the actual density that's proposed here.
Correct. Another discussion for another meeting.
Okay. And I would ask that of the council is, would the council like to make the density of this project a topic for a future meeting that we discuss and at a future council meeting?
Correct. I would just like the opportunity to look at the Housing Crisis Act of 2019 in relation to density and then have a discussion with council about that.
Okay, so your professional recommendation as a city attorney is to have that as an agenda item at our next city council meeting to discuss the Crisis Act in relation to the density of this project that's being proposed. And probably that is to keep the city out of potential future litigation regarding this project.
That is correct. Correct. If you're going to change the density and not make that density up on future projects according to the specific plan, there could be issues under the Housing Crisis Act of 2019.
If we don't do anything and we keep the density the same, do we have that same legal exposure?
No, I just wanted to address it before someone made a motion, or if there's leaning toward denial of the project. I wanted to make sure I got that in there for that reason, the exposure to the city under that act.
If we deny it, you're saying we would need to make up the density somewhere else and talk about where that would happen.
You're going to have to make it up somewhere according to your specific plan, but also there are ramifications under that act. I would love that opportunity.
Okay. Thank you for that, council. All right, so bringing it back to council, we have any council comments at this point?
One of the things that, as I'm looking at this and, looking at 2020, and some of the opportunities that different businesses, different companies, including where I'm at, is, doing remote status. So a lot of the traffic is not going to be, I don't know if this is going to happen for anybody, but our experience in 2020 is we did a lot of telecommuting. So there's a lot of agencies out there. There's a lot of businesses out there that are looking more towards that telecommuting. One, because it's going to be a revenue savings or expenses savings, because they're not going to have to do PG&E, or they're not going to have to pay for businesses or what have you. So what I see is more people working from home. The other thing, I mean, I hear about the traffic because I do see that. But then I start thinking about other cities, other developments that I've gone to, and they kind of do have that windy road where they do have a lot of apartments, or housing. But like I said, one, I'm looking at some of these homes could be for senior housing. I mean, people that are empty nesters that are ready to just move and condense or downsize. I'm looking at the teleworkers, whatever it's called, teleworkers. So those are kind of the people that I'm seeing that are going to be in these houses. And as I mentioned before, I'm a compliance person, so I don't want to put the city in liability for, being sued, having, money taken away. So those are my comments. Those are my thoughts. That's who I see living in these homes, is the empty nesters, the teleworkers, people from San Francisco, all of these different businesses, they're not going to need to commute. We also have the high-speed rail. I know it probably won't be for many years, but you also have that coming in. So I'm looking at the whole future as to, what's going to happen. What are we going to be doing? What do the businesses look like in the future? I mean, we experienced it in 2020. Many of us, I'm not back at work. So that's why I'm looking at it. But I do have issues with, the entrances and stuff like that, but we do need the housing. There's a huge housing crisis. No one can find homes.
Thank you. Any further comments?
I just have a quick question. Did they talk about a stop signal lights? There.
So the traffic impact study did look at the possibility of traffic lights, but when they studied it, the project did not meet the warrants, which means you couldn't justify with the expected traffic putting up a traffic signal, because then, you can't just put up a traffic signal because you think you need it. You have to meet the warrants or else you have liability issues, but it did study that.
I know we also, in fact, I think it did get approved, was the signal lights there on Dinuba and McCall.
Already been approved too.
Yeah, that's been approved. So what's the time frame on that?
The time frame would depend on when that project that's going to pay for that signal is going to be built, and we're actually working with a developer right now to kind of revive that project. But you're correct, that was approved.
Okay.
In connection with the project? Yeah, W5, yeah. So that's a grant funded project, which I understand is going to be built at the time that the project is built.
We have a couple of questions. When we started discussing this when I started discussing this about 2 years. But at what point in time did we as council or the staff at the hearings and in regards to point in time, I know you had a discussion with the residents. I travel Orange because I live on Orange and Dinuba. So I understand the complex of the junior high, traffic. But at what point in time did we come to an agreement in regards to these 3 exits?
That's a good question, and that was actually before my time. But I think originally there was going to be only 2 ingress and egress points, and I think in discussion with fire and public safety, the developer agreed to add an additional ingress and egress point to the development. The project was approved in 2015, and my understanding is that discussions about it had started as far back as 2005, and it was modified to an extent, but it's been discussed pretty extensively over the last 15 years.
In 2015, the densities were larger.
I don't know if the densities were large. Oh, the 2015 plan is that's what you see here. So this plan conforms with that specific plan that was approved in 2015. Correct.
Real quick, this is Arakel. Just to add on that question, the street B was added, that the street out to Orange, at the request of city staff, to provide another access point, access for police, fire, life safety, and also a safe walking path to the school from street B to make a connection to the middle school. So street B was added after the fact, and that was at the request of City of Selma staff. In terms of what you see on the screen, the previous screen, that's actually just a conceptual lotting. The 2015 specific plan did not come with the tentative track map. And so this map is the first map to be brought forward. And as Fernando has said, it was designed to be flexible so that over time it could meet the needs of the market, but also to be able to kick off the project, because often the most challenging track within a master plan is the first one, because it bears the burden of putting in quite a bit of infrastructure. And I'm available to talk more about that if the council so desires.
Well, I know when we had the apartment complex come in, they wanted to come in on Dinuba and McCall area. And it just wasn't a fit just because the traffic was, it would have been monstrous, you know, because Dinuba, you can't park there. They really didn't have parking solutions, the folks that wanted to bring that in. And this council, you know, voted against it. We had a full room. We had it packed. This was a couple of years ago before COVID. And that was a different situation than this one. These are all single family homes. It's a subdivision. This project has been kicked around for years and years, and people have wanted to do it. And I'm listening. I'm listening to your concerns about the traffic. I really am. I've listened to Mike, very erudite, very detailed, specific concerns that I really take to heart. But I look at it in the larger scheme, and Selma needs to grow. We need to grow. We need single family homes. If we didn't do this, what would we do? Where would we go? We've had a development on the west side, Vineyard Estates, which is in its third phase, and it just keeps selling. You know, and there's some traffic concerns there as well with Nebraska and Mitchell, and those have been mitigated, and they keep changing. You know, things keep changing and evolving to take account of the traffic flow. And I think at this point, the needs of the community and the need of our economy to expand outweigh the potential traffic problems, although there are potential traffic problems. They really are. We can't paper those over, but they've been addressed somewhat by staff with the addition of the B Street. But it's something we'll definitely have to monitor for future phases. But I think at this point, you know, Lennar has a good reputation as a home builder. They're around in Fowler, you know, they're in Fresno, Fancher Creek. And I haven't, you know, experienced or heard anything bad about it. Not to say that there hasn't been, but it is a professional home builder. This has been professionally reviewed and thought out and planned. So I don't see I don't have the compelling reasons to stop this, to vote against it like we did on that big apartment building that was, it would have just blown up Dinuba. I don't see this blowing up Dockery. I don't see that. I see there being issues, but I see those issues potentially being able to be worked out. And again, the housing needs and the housing need allocation needs for our housing element outweighing those traffic concerns at this point. And the three means of ingress, they've been reviewed by the fire and the police chief, and they added one of the roads to go in. So that's my take on this at this point. Anybody have any other comments? Okay, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion, prove it.
Okay, is there a second?
Second it.
Would you call the roll, please, City Clerk?
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes, and thank you for staff and for all your input and your guidance. And thank you for everybody who called in and everybody who had concerns. We will keep listening. We'll keep monitoring the situation. Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll move on to our last item tonight. Consideration of an urgency ordinance, and this is another public hearing. Item repealing Title 7, Chapter 3, and adopting a new Title 7, Chapter 3 to the Selma City Code relating to fireworks. Chief Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. At our last meeting, we briefly discussed the issue of fireworks and illegal fireworks and the challenge of combating that problem. We have a working group put together with police, fire, and code enforcement.
Excuse me, can you take that outside? Thank you.
And within that group, we've been evaluating some strategies and dealing with this. One of the things we did look at is, as our old ordinance did not even address illegal fireworks in it, other than a short mention of state law. So what you have before you is a new ordinance that gets much more specific with the issue of illegal fireworks. and a strategy that we think will be helpful in combating the issue, which will allow us to issue administrative citations to property owners and tenants. Previously, in years past, we've tried to combat the issue with criminal citations because that was the option we had. However, that's difficult because you have to actually witness the person doing it. With this, this is a strategy that other cities are starting to use because all we have to do is identify the property, which oftentimes when we're out patrolling is much easier to do. So when we can do that, then our code enforcement officers can issue an administrative citation. And so that's the gist of it. It does also elaborate a little bit more and just gets a little more specific on legal fireworks as well. We did take a number of the items from the old ordinance that were related to permitting and sale so that we didn't have any confusion with our organizations that have done this for many years. So we did transpose some of those issues onto the new ordinance. And then, like I said, the new ordinance addresses the issue of illegal fireworks. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you.
Chief, I want to say something really quick. Thank you so much. I've been battling this. You know, I have two big dogs, two Great Pyrenees, and thank you so much because I've been behind my backyard seeing the neighbor that I know is firing these fireworks, and I call the police department. They tell me.
Right.
Been going on for quite a while. So this ordinance is very important.
All we'll need is an address. If we have the address, and especially if we're able to witness it, we'll be able to issue that administrative citation.
From what I understand, the way this differs from what we had before was you had to actually see them firing off the bottle rocket. Now you can go to the property owner, doesn't matter who's doing it, but it's tied to the property owner, and you can either mail them citation.
Correct.
You can put it on their door.
Put it on their door. We can mail it to them. That also sometimes, especially for fire, when we're out by ourselves without law enforcement assistance, it gets pretty dangerous. But when we try to address the issue, you get a lot of people that are celebrating all day long, and by the evening, they see us pull up and we're trying to break up their party, and they're not real happy about it. With this, we can address it quickly and move on to the next case and mail the citation, the next day if we need to.
Rather than deliver it in person, you can just mail it the next day, take the temper out of it.
Correct. We can mail it the next day. We can deliver it in person the next day and explain it to them. But it does now hold the property owner, the tenants, it holds them accountable for allowing this to take place.
Describe that appeals process.
The appeals process is another ordinance. And what we do is the city brings in an outside person.
Arbitrator.
An arbitrator, and they will come in and hear the appeal case, and then make that decision.
Have a marketing strategy from them, because that's probably one of the best.
It is, yeah. We're gonna establish a press release. If council approves this ordinance, we're gonna establish a press release within the next couple of days. There are a couple other items we want to address where police they are responding now. Our firefighters are responding now. And we would also like to try to reiterate to the public that we'd rather they call the business line, not 911. I think that's happening now. So there are a number of informational things that we're going to put into this press release within the next couple of days and get it out. This will be included within that.
The questions I had, you answered them. I was just I wrote down, are we in line with other cities? What are other cities doing? So you answered those
Yes,
questions. that they're
Portable
looking
did
at
this last year and had good success with it. I know Sac City, they just implemented the same type of ordinance a week or two ago, and they're going to be working in this direction as well.
Fire season definitely requires it too.
We have to combat it. Last year was something I had never seen before.
Mayhem. It's all we hear, starting now. I hear them every night.
Going on
Fireworks
now.
every night.
It is. We are going to, just a couple other areas of how we're going to deal with this and combat this. We have in the past only patrolled on the 3rd and 4th with special teams. Usually it's an officer, a firefighter. This year, we're going to have code enforcement involved. This year, we're expanding out from the 30th. So we'll be out in patrol, and those units are specifically designed to respond to these calls and look for them. So we'll have at least 2 per night from the 30th up to the 3rd.
How about apartments? Would you go to the apartment owner then? How would you cite them?
The apartments, that we'll have to address that. We would, if we can establish the apartment location, we can go to the tenant.
Property manager?
Otherwise, we would address it with the property manager,
Grounds for eviction.
potentially if they're causing that.
These are some
Steve,
pretty
just one
steep fines.
question. Oop, Are you okay?
Go ahead.
When you talked about the appeal process, who'd be responsible for paying for the arbitrator?
We do, the city will. And I've heard the number $400, 70, something like that.
Will you recoup it through restitution?
It would be $1,000 fine. The first fine is $1,000. And then I believe it goes up incrementally up 15 and then 2,000.
Is there a cap on that?
I think it caps at 2.
2? Okay.
Yeah, that's significant. And we do hope that.
Is that cumulative, or is it like 1,000 and 1,500 and 2,000, or is it like 1,000, 2,500, 4,500?
It would be 1,000, second offense 15, third offense 2,000. Yeah, so it's significant. We don't want to have to fine our citizens, but we have to stop this, and we hope that it's a deterrent.
Comments? Okay, this is a public hearing, so with that, we'll open the public hearing. Anyone have any comment they would like to make? City Clerk, do we have anyone on the line who would like to make a comment on this ordinance? Consideration of an urgency ordinance.
Hi, it's just a quick question. How would you go about finding kids or people that shoot them off at schools? Because I just experienced that the other day.
Well, I'll admit that's a unique one. I have not had too many issues where we've had kids at schools. We would have a conversation with their parents. If they're caught in the process, they can be escorted to their home, and then the conversation would be with their parents.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you for that really good question. Anybody else?
This because last year I had to call because my neighbors across the street on the side of me, both sides, and behind me were all
Can you
shooting.
identify yourself one more time?
Huh?
Identify yourself one more time, Lori.
My name's Lori Perez, 2335 Park Street. And so the other night I had a call, the police department, because I have 3 dogs. I had to put my German Shepherd in the washroom with a fan on. Then my other one, I have to medicate him because he shakes. And this has been going on since the beginning of June. And right now I'm kind of worried. I need to get home because if they're shooting them off, I'm over here and I need to attend to my little dog. But I'm really glad to hear this. And I have addresses. So if they start off, I'll be calling you. You'll get tired of me. But I'm really glad because
that's a good one.
Next to me, there's a empty lot and the owner hasn't disced it. And so I'm kind of worried about when they're shooting up, they're going to land on there and there's going to be a fire. So I'm up till 2 a.m. to make sure there's nothing, the property's not on fire, you know. 2327 Park Street. Yeah, all right. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other comments? With that, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back.
Mayor and council, if I could make a couple more comments following Chief. This is an urgency ordinance. It would take effect immediately if passed. So there's no waiting period. However, it will require at least a 4/5 vote in order to pass.
Thank you. And I could tell you the animal shelter's population goes
Yeah,
way up.
yeah.
We get, the shelter gets a lot of animals that night that get out. And the shelter doesn't get any reclaim fees for 7 days just because there's so many dogs that get out. We have cats now too, so we're gonna be full as a result of that fireworks. Okay, so with that, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll
Okay,
second it.
second. Call the roll, please, City Clerk. Thank you for your presentation, Chief.
Mayor Robertson, I do show we have one other caller.
Oh, okay.
Mrs. Delgadillo, your line is open. Did you have comments for council?
I just want to say thank you so much to our chief of fire because Robert, we've needed this forever and ever, and other cities have had it. And I just see a huge difference in the way that other cities behave. And I think it's going to require changing the whole culture of the city of Selma. But I think once people realize that it's going to hit their pocketbook pretty hard, they're going to think twice about buying those illegal fireworks and about just blatantly shooting them off because they just feel like it. And, you know, let's just set aside all of the animals. I feel so badly for them. But what about the vets that have PTSD like myself? You know, it's scary when you are asleep in the middle of the night and then you hear something that sounds like a bomb or an M80 or a Claymore mine, and it's scary. So, yeah, I have to admit, I get shaky during this time. And when I hear all of these loud explosions going off, and they're pretty loud and they're scary in the middle of the night when you're sound asleep. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Delgadillo. Any other comments, City Clerk?
Hi, Mayor Robertson. Those are all the callers we have.
Okay, thank you for that. Would you call the roll, please?
I just need to confirm. I show Councilmember Trujillo made the motion.
Yes.
And I did not catch who made the second.
I made the second.
So, Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. That we will go on to our staff comments, and we will start with our acting city manager, Moreno.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Just quick updates. As you're aware, that Caltrans is doing a project in Kingsburg, but we just had a meeting recent with them. They're going to be shifting that project now towards Selma. So the project is going to be between 2nd Street here in Selma all the way to Feller. So they are going to phase this project, but they are looking to start construction this month around the 28th. They're going to be putting out some information that we can put out to the public and how they're going to phase it and what's that going to look like. So we'll continue to blast that out to everybody so they can be aware. Safety is going to be a great concern. I mean, we know there's been a ton of accidents just in the Kingsburg project, but both department heads, as far as the safety aspect, are assessing it, and we'll continue to monitor it. We do have meetings going throughout the project, and so they can keep us up to date, and we can keep out council up to date as far as when, you know, roads are going to be closed. What does that look like? The ramps, things of that nature. So we'll continue to monitor and assess it as we go through the project. That project is expected to take about a year to be completed. So it is going to be a long project overall, but we'll keep monitoring it. Also, next meeting, I'll go ahead and give a financial update for the 3rd quarter of this fiscal year. I was going to do it tonight, but I knew it was going to be kind of a lengthy meeting. So we're going to push it off to the next meeting. And I'll get you an update on the budget, and then we'll go through that process. And also we'll be looking to update or adopt our financial budget too as well for the fiscal year of 21-22. That concludes my briefing. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. City Attorney Lerner, do you have any comment tonight?
Nothing to report, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. Community Development Director Santillan.
Just a couple of quick updates. I know everyone's been asking about or calling about Ross. We issued their final occupancy a couple of days ago. Now they're just stocking the store and they should be open here pretty soon. We also received a building permit application for the new grocery store in the former Save Mart space called Safeco Grocery Store. So that's moving forward. And also, we did have a business improvement district meeting, our second steering committee meeting this week on Thursday, I believe. And I'm sad to say that I will be stepping back from that steering committee as I was just filling in for Tracy Tosta, our economic development manager, but she's going to be moving that forward with our consultant, Jan Minami. So thank you for all who attended in the downtown community. Thank you.
Thank you for your report, Fernando. Heard from our acting city manager. Do you want to say anything with as your finance director hat? Okay. Public Works Director Shane Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. First off, from Public Works, we've been taking a proactive approach as far as weed abatement goes in relation to the fireworks. We've been addressing all our ponding basins, city-owned lots, and just trying to maintain the dry weeds out there, any fire hazards. Secondly, I want to revisit a topic we discussed at the last council meeting, which was the playground at Bretlinger Park, the condition of that playground. I visited the playground immediately, first thing in the morning following the council meeting. Went out there with my staff, in particular, David Arvello. We met out there after work Tuesday evening, gathered the materials to make the corrections, came up with a game plan, removed the structures that were unsafe and a danger to the children. Put up not barricades. We built in-house some partitions, if you will, to close off any structures that were unsafe. And the playground is still usable. It's not what we ideally want to see, but it's usable and without removing it. We removed both slides, all the footings to the slides, put up the partitions, and like I said, the structure is safe for the children now, which is the number one priority. So hats off to my team, to my staff for being proactive and just handling business as always. Lastly for me is Veterans Plaza. We're on the home stretch. We're going to be installing some statues this week, a couple monuments. We'll be wrapping up the final details this week. The ceremony is this Saturday at 10 a.m. And I would like to personally invite you to join us. Mr. Mayor, council, all the citizens of our community, all the veterans, surrounding communities, everybody come out and enjoy the revamp of our Veterans Plaza. Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks very much, Mr. Public Works Director, and thanks for all your hard work. Fire Chief Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing else to report tonight.
Thanks very much. Police Chief Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council. We're very excited about the fireworks detail. It's going to start on the 30th. We have all our staff lined up, and it's pretty crazy here. It really is. In Fresno, I'm sure we had it, but it was nothing like last year here. So we're looking forward to it. And thanks to Chief Peterson, he's put a lot into this, not just this ordinance, but he has been a big proponent of it. So we're behind him 100%. The other thing that we're going to be doing is a abandoned vehicle detail. You know, I don't have gang violence here to speak of, really. The homeless encampments are pretty much cleaned up in the city, but there's a lot of abandoned cars here, a lot. And I know some of you have complained about that, especially the motorhomes. But you just drive, like I do, I drive around the city all the time, and there's a lot of abandoned cars. So we will be doing another operation, and hopefully citizens are watching this and they will get those cars off the street. But generally how it works, we tag them. We'll go out one day and we'll tag the abandoned cars. Then 72 hours later, well, at least 72 hours later, probably a week later, we'll return. And if they're still there, we'll tow them. So we will be doing that again in July, probably doing a press release also, putting that out so the community is aware. We don't want to tow their cars, but please remove them off the street. And our hiring is going very well. Last week, we hired an officer. Corey Lynch was hired, we swore him in. Thursday, I'll be swearing another officer in at the academy graduation. And then either at the end of this week or Monday, we'll be hiring a female officer. And we have 2 officer applicants in backgrounds and 2 dispatcher applicants in backgrounds. And tomorrow, we are interviewing 5 officer applicants and 4 dispatcher applicants. So hiring's going really well. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Chief, what's your, what are you up to in terms of your patrol at night and during the day now?
Are you talking about the
You were at
staffing?
Yeah, staffing, you were at 3.5.
It's minimum every shift, days and midnights. We have 3 that are injured. And of course, we've been down. It'll take a while to those that we're hiring right now to get trained. But it's minimum right now on patrol.
So you're trying to get back to that
Yes,
5 during
yes.
the day and 6 at night.
In 2020, we were at 5 and 6 on a shift. So yes, that's the goal, to get back to that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Parks and Community Services Director, Mike Kirshner.
I just kind of do a follow-up for the Veterans Plaza this weekend. We are going to be doing some street closures. We're going to keep it minimum as we can. So part of McCall and Rose will be closed off. We'll close it off just in front of Calwater. So if you can't get down McCall for the morning portion, we'll also close it halfway down the High Street so people can still come 3/4 of the way down High Street, and you can turn left in the parking lot and then go down the alley behind Foster's, kind of like we did 2 years ago with the concert, and have minimum interruptions possible. And we're going to be going to providing notices tomorrow to notify the businesses. Great to be back. Cool Kids presentation. Shrek was this past weekend. Great show for the kids. Just the kids and the parents do have to wear masks in the art center when your majority of your performances are by kids. Even though we're opening up, there was still that precaution. So, but the parents and kids cooperated very well. Reopening Pioneer Village. We actually had a graduation party this past Saturday at Pioneer Village. We're taking money today for quinceañeras. So parks are reopening again for rentals, and shelters are opening again for rentals. So it's been a fun week, getting back to normal life and what we do. Again, fireworks show on July 3rd. Gates open 5:30. Our own David Guile is performing, so we're expecting a big crowd. I know Clovis Council theirs, Fowler Council theirs. So we're anticipating bringing some people in from all over the county to come to Selma.
What's the ticket price?
$5 for adults, $2.50 for kids. I believe it's 4 and up, and then under 4 is free.
How are the kids doing the swimming? The pool's
Kids
open
doing
every
well
weekend?
swimming, and thank you to the
Needed it last
healthcare
weekend.
district. And Letitia tonight gave us the check for the funding from the healthcare district, so I'll be able to get that to Swim America to reimburse them for the grant. Monday, a celebration of reopening the senior center. Going to be cleaning up from the vaccines is over this past Saturday. And I'm trying to get you a county schedule. They're going to be doing mobile units for the vaccines and throughout the county. I don't have any kind of schedule where, so I did request that from the county today, and we'll forward that to you so we kind of know where they're going to be. But clean up this week, reassemble everything. Thursday is all our floors getting re-waxed and cleaned up, so it's going to look new. And the seniors are excited. We had commodities today, and some of them could volunteer.
Bingo start.
Monday. So
Nice.
you're all invited. We're going to do a little celebration at 8:30. Just welcome the seniors back. So if you have an opportunity, come by the senior center at 8:30. For them, it's going to be like a brand new center, just because it's a long time. March 13th is when we closed in 2020. You'll be seeing us ahead. We're going to be doing a special presentation for you, for all of our volunteers. Proud of Selma. I don't know any other city in our area that served 200 meals to 250 per day like we did. Fire, police are here. All the volunteers, Chicago Pizza, me and Ed's, all the grant funds we've received, all the volunteers. I know Teresa Herrera, just so many people are going to thank. And we were probably about 65 to 70,000 meals. A lot of work went into it. But Tulare was averaging 100 meals and there were 60,000. So it's good to hear what we were averaging as a city at 25,000 compared to some of the bigger cities. So you will all be that. But again, if you have a chance, Monday at 30, come by and say hi to our seniors. Thank you.
Thank you. Council reports. Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
don't have much to report, but I'm excited to welcome the community back into the chamber. You know, it's good to see everybody. I also wanted to thank the staff for their patience, and I know change is never easy, but with change, great things happen. I really love quotes. So one of my favorite quotes is without change, there would be no butterflies. So I'm just a quote person. I wanted to welcome Ralph Jimenez, and I'm excited for this endeavor. And I'm excited to see Selma grow with all this, housing developments. I attended a meeting with Dwight Nelson to get kind of his input and perspective as a developer. And plus he's been, in the community for a very long time. So it was a great meeting. I'm excited that the churches are open with no limits and no social distancing. So that was really good to hear. I've kind of been attending Kingsburg lately because they were outside and had my little grandkids. So it was easier for me to take them to church. On a personal note, my granddaughter's third birthday is tomorrow. So happy birthday to my baby girl. And that's all I have.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Councilmember Trio.
I don't have too much. I just like to thank all our staff for all the hard work they've been doing. Chief Peterson, thank you very much for that ordinance. It's very needed. On a personal note, I will be opening my restaurant in a couple of weeks. I've closed it March 13th last year. And it's just to show that in this community, we're strong. We've a lot of businesses rally together, and everybody's coming back. And a lot of businesses are talking to me and telling me that, hey, it's time to get going. And I'm really proud of the way we all work together and we all stuck together, and everybody's coming back, and we're start opening downtown and cleaning it up. And so aside of that, I thank all of you guys and for all the hard work you do, and just keep going. We're a good town, and we're going good things going on.
Councilmember Guerra.
Yeah, I attended the downtown business development meeting along with our development director and our mayor. And this time we had more building owners that attended this meeting, which really made it nice because it looks like they want to be more involved in regards to what they want to see in downtown Selma. We know we need to bring more retail. We know we need more restaurants. So, of course, the $1 million question is how are we going to do that? We need the space, but we're going to come up with some great solutions. I guess Jan's going to work really hard on that with the building owners. And I mean, it's a start, so we'll see how we get there. The other thing, I attended the roundtable with Buddy Mendez, which is our supervisor, along with the mayor, myself. We had Fresno County, the two ladies that were on the line, and we did speak, and we had Vicky Delgadillo that was on here. She's a citizen of Selma, veteran, that is trying to attack the homeless issue that we have in Selma. Working together to find solutions and partnering with these additional businesses and finding homes. What we're trying to do is find stability, permanent stability for these homeless individuals. And it looks like they have a great handle, from the reports that they gave that day. There's 22 people that are going into what they call more of a permanent housing. So really and truly, the last numbers that we looked at, and I'm hoping this is accurate, Chief, she said there's only about maybe 5, 6 that are Selma residents that are still not transitioning. So hopefully by the end of September, we won't have that issue. But again, I mean, we still have to consider Prop 47, Prop 57, the closing of the prisons. That's going to cause some more issues there. And we talked about that as well. So I think addressing the issue and not sweeping it under the rug is a good step for Selma. Other thing, I did attend the SKF meeting, and the board did consider approving the Logan McCall Floral Chestnut Sewer Project, and that has been completed. And other than that, I think that's it for myself.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I'd like to thank the city staff for all the hard work. Mine's pretty short. I love the brand new streets that we can see out there with I could actually see the lines. So it's really nice. I guess the next one, I would like to see some street signs that we can read. That would be really great. So I'm making it short. Good night. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Make mine short too. Good news, FCRTA is going to renew their maintenance facility option on a year-to-year basis. That's the maintenance building that the city beat out Kingsburg and Fowler for. I guess some cities have been asking to buy that land that the FCRTA bought in the industrial park, so they can put the maintenance facility in their city. We already have 3 jobs created. People have moved here. They pump about 300,000 into our general fund, and they could pump more based on this maintenance facility that's coming in, which is a $10 million job. And I'm going to be proud to vote on that at Council of Governments this Thursday. And then it will come back. They're also pumping another 10,000 into the economy of Selma with the police chief to get on the bus. And that's been something in the past, and that's just very good money for the city, and it helps our finance. And they've been a very good partner. I'm going to promote the 8th annual Tejano concert, benefiting the Second Chance Animal Shelter and the Selma Firefighters Association. It's going to be held October 16th. It's kind of in line with what the community services director said. The economy's opening back up. Our city's opening up. Our city council's opening up to people. It's good to see everybody. That concert will be October 16th from 4 to 11. Tickets are on sale on Eventbrite, and paper tickets will be available Friday, June 21st at 1948 High Street. Thanks to the Public Works Director and to our Community Services Director for getting together on the Brentlinger Playground situation. As the Public Works Director indicated, it was a very unsafe situation. They have helped that. And hopefully we will get that grant to put in an entirely new, safe, 80 kids with special needs, friendly playground that we really need at Brentlinger. Attended that business improvement district. If you know people who are in retail or restaurants want to come to Selma, ask them to come to the meeting. It's every Thursday at 8:30 at the Fire Annex. Our acting city manager, can you look into for the next meeting, how is DataPath going to protect the city against a ransomware attack? Because I'm seeing a lot more ransomware attacks. Cities are getting attacked on that. And everybody come out to the Lincoln Park, the square, for our Veterans Day celebration on Saturday, June 26th at 10 a.m. It's going to be a great day. Post 12 has worked so hard to do this, along with our Public Works Director Shane Farrell and our Community Services Director Mike Kirshner. It's really for the veterans, and it's for all of us citizens, and it's for our community to honor our veterans. And it's going to really make that square look nice, and it's going to be used for the purpose that it was supposed to be used for, which is a sacred place to honor our veterans. With that, we will see if there are any more oral communications. City Clerk, do we have anybody who would like to weigh in at this point? Or anybody here? Anybody who would like to stand up and be recognized at this point? Okay, City Clerk, do we have anybody who would like to phone in?
Hi, caller 299, your line is open.
Hi, Raina, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay, perfect. Yolanda Torres at 2266 Mitchell Avenue. I just want to make a quick comment in hopes that it can be put under consideration the next time a commission nominees are voted on. I think that there needs to be a limit as to how many committees an individual can be on, because it just kind of seems like the same people are being voted in by Councilmember Trujillo, Navarro, and Cho. I've been trying to get on at least one panel for a while now, and I keep getting looked over, and I try and understand what is going on here. I know I'm more than qualified. I've been on the personnel committee for the Hanford Adventist Health, where I was on there for 5 years dealing with personnel issues, and I've been putting in for the personnel commission for a while now, and I keep getting overlooked on that. So I know I'm more than qualified for that. I think it's fair to allow other city members or city community members to be part of these commissions. You know, we're volunteering our time. We want to be part of our committee, community. We want to be, part of just everything that's going on in our community. And if it's always a 3-2 vote, I don't think it's fair. I'm just putting it out there. I think, we need to, like I said, make it where no more than where one person can be on no more than maybe 2 committees, and we need to try to give other people an opportunity to get on these boards. So anyway, I just hope you guys can take that under consideration, and let's just be a little bit more transparent on being fair with the rest of the community. Thank you so much, and you guys have a good night.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Anyone else like to speak at this time?
Hi, Mrs. Delgadillo, your line is open.
Thank you very much, Raina. I wanted to just state that I had 2 other meetings, one with Senator Hurtado's office with Jacob Villagomez, and we discussed the state prisons, which are emptying out very soon, and the possibility of using those prisons, because the infrastructure is already there, as 2 ideas that I proposed. And one of them is a family resource center, and the second was a homeless shelter. And I suggested that there's already classrooms there. There's already sitting rooms there for libraries, and a kitchen is there. So just cut out the bars and weld them out and remove the barbed wire and make them beautiful. And we can house our homeless people there. And as far as Prop 47 goes, that Councilwoman Guerra mentioned, the federal penitentiaries are also going to be emptying out. With that being said, Brandon Harriman from Congressman David Valadale's office is checking to find out exactly which prisons are used and if they belong to the government. I did meet with Pastor Sam, and he suggested that we form a task force in our town, and that the crisis intervention teams are critical in order to move the homeless into transitional housing and then permanent housing and then back into the community. What I did learn, many of the homeless people have jobs. In fact, I think all but maybe 3 of them have jobs, but they cannot afford to pay rent because they have to feed themselves and their families. So the last thing is the DVI prison up north has emptied out also. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Delgadillo. Do we have any other callers on the line?
Hi, caller ending in 681. Your line is open. Oh, it looks like those are all the callers, Mayor Robertson.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn? We're adjourned.